Is there anything to deal with before we continue?
I might mention that overnight, Mr. Prosenjic, at my request, searched the system for any emails that we could find to fill the gaps in Miss Gurachova's schedule. He wasn't very successful, but he did at least find a couple of emails dating back to February, which are now contained in tab I of the court's bundle. And the effect of these documents, I won't go through them now, but the effect of them is that we can complete 4 gaps in Miss Kurashova's schedule at page H102. I might perhaps take the liberty of directing her on to it so you can see what I'm talking about.
Yes, I have that.
Thank you. So on lines 24 to 27, inclusive, which at the moment are highlighted in yellow in column I, we can now, as it were, manually insert the words from sales to UBI, because we have an email that it comes from the sales department referring to faxes, and so that slots into those gaps there. The lines, sorry.
All four of those lines?
All 4 of those are comprised in one email sent by Miss Zurachova.
Yeah.
Then the next 2 lines, 28 and 29, where she on her schedule has put from admin to UBI, we're unable to confirm whether there was such an email from admin to UBI, but what Mr. Prosenjic has found is an email from sales to UBI, that's to say Miss Zurachova herself, dated the 21st of February. I may have got the dates wrong, 20th or 21st, thereabouts. And that email is now in tab I.
Those are the ones that have been found?
Yes. No others have been found. Although it has to be said, it was only a cursory search that Mr. Prosenjic made.
All right, thank you. That's no doubt it's subject of submissions in due course.
Thank you. We're having difficulty hearing you, I'm afraid.
That noise has stopped. Gentlemen, can you still hear me? I don't know what that was. I hope that other people who might be in this call will make sure their mutes are turned on. Mr. Doherty, anything for you to raise before we continue?
No, Your Honour.
Yes. Mr. Jatinder, you remain subject to the affirmation to tell the truth, which you took yesterday, you understand?
Yes, Your Honour.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Doherty will continue asking you questions. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I was going to come on yesterday to ask you about the fraudulent payment request, which I'll come to in a moment. But just to pick up on a few points from yesterday, and also in relation to some documents that have been added to the bundle. If you have the set of documents open in your browser, could I ask you to go to bundle I, tab
the document submitted by the defendant.
Yes, and there should be a tab 3 which says email 21/02/2019.
Tab 3.
Yes.
Tab 3 email dated 21/2/2019.
Yes.
Yeah. Should I open it?
Yes, please.
Yes.
So
yes, it is.
During your evidence yesterday, what you had suggested was that the payment process that was in place was that a transaction would be effected if an email was sent from the authorized email ID. So just looking at this particular email, we can see at the top of the page, can't we, that this isn't an email coming from the admin address from Aegis. This is the sales address from Aegis, isn't it?
Yes, sales address, and CC is not marked. CC is marked with an admin address. If you see.
But it's not being, well, so either it's one of two things. Either you're checking the CC addresses or you're not. This email is sent from the sales address, isn't it? Not the authorized email ID.
Yes, it is sent by the sales address.
Yeah, and you can see in the body of the email, kindly make TT payment today, per below. And then it says, please note, all instructions have been faxed. Do you see that?
Yeah, it is mentioned.
So I suggest to you that what this is showing is the standard process, which is that we've got the pre-intimation email and the instructions are being faxed. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, since the email has come from a sales ID, so it has to be followed with a fax. That's what a standard follow system we are following. And the CC to be marked to the admin, so the admin person is an authorized email ID. He is aware of that the transaction is going to take place.
Yeah, I would suggest to you that this is just a reflection of the process that's always been adopted, which is an email might be sent in advance, but it's the instruction that is faxed. So the bank
instruction has been
faxed.
Yeah, instruction has been faxed since the email has come from a different not from an authorized email ID.
And similarly, if you go to tab 5 of that same bundle, which is another new document.
Tab 5, yeah, it's pertaining to a transaction 28th Feb 2019. Yes.
Yeah. So again, we see here, please note, we have faxed 2 payment instructions. So the instructions are being sent by fax. And the bank isn't acting on the email, is it? It's acting on the fax.
Since the email has come from a sales ID and the CC has been marked to the admin, so we require a fax document as a supporting confirmation. Had it come from an admin ID, then I don't think that we are relying on the fax.
And if you can look finally then at page H170, so that's the core bundle, tab 2.
Core bundle tab 2. Pardon me, page, sir.
170. Do you have that document?
Yeah, it's going, but I'm not able to see the text. 170. 1 second. 1 second. Got it. Yeah, 170 and pertaining to an email.
Yeah, so it's an email chain, and again, we've got the same thing. This time it's an email from the accounts at Aegis, but it's kindly make the TT request. So that's the first email on the 27th of May at 12:48 in relation to Oldendorf carriers. And then above that, we see a response asking for a provision of a commercial invoice to proceed with the transaction. And you can see that that's May 28th, the following day at 10:46 a.m. Now, this is the transaction that we looked at yesterday, which was at the top of Ms. Kurozova's table, where we know that there was a fax error. Now, if I can ask you to go to bundle E.
Bundle E.
Yeah, and I'm looking for...
Pertaining to chronology documents.
Yes, page 2428.
In the bundle, it's in the bundle. Which bundle?
It's bundle E, tab 8.
Tab 8.
And if you scroll almost right down to the bottom.
In the bottom.
Sorry, it's tab 9 rather than tab.
Tab 9, page
2428. So it's right at the bottom.
2428. Yeah, I'm at the 2428 where it is details pertaining to the calls.
Yeah, so you can see that there's a due phone bill, and if you look on the right-hand column, almost in the middle of the page, you'll see the date 27th of May.
27th of May, yes.
And you'll see a time entry for 1613.
1613, yeah, it is there. 1613 is.
So on the 27th, we can see that there's a call to UBI after that email is sent. Do you see that?
Yeah, call is there.
Yeah, and then the following day, on the 28th at 10:42, so that's 4 minutes before Mr. Sangeeth's email, we have another phone call.
Yes, yes. The calls are there registered in the as per the number.
So I suggest to you that the point here is that UBI were never effecting payment requests just by email. In this case, it's required a confirmation phone call. So we have the two phone calls either side of the email request being sent, don't we?
The phone calls are there, but whether it is pertaining to the transaction that the concerned officer who has received the call, he may be having an idea about it.
Okay.
Because this calls has gone to a different number, not for my number, but it is within the bank.
Yeah, so we can see that there is a call to the bank around those transactions. I'll move on to the fraudulent payment requests. Can I ask you to go to page H182?
H bundle.
Yeah, core bundle, page 182.
Core bundle 1 or 2?
Core bundle 2. It will always be core bundle 2. The first one is just the index.
Page numbers, please.
182.
182.
And what you should find there is an email which contains the pro forma request that was sent in support of the first fraudulent payment request.
Yeah, one second. Yes, 182. I am at the page number H182.
Yeah, so an email chain, 30th of May 2019. You see that?
Yeah, 38th May 2019 at
Yeah.
12:17.
And you can see at the top of this email, we have a list of addresses that it's been sent to. And in the copied section, we've got two accounts. So accounts at aegisoversea.com and sourcing at aegisoversea.com. Do you see that?
Yes, it is there as a CC marked since the email is there from the main authorized email ID.
Yeah, well, we can see that those copied email accounts aren't email accounts belonging to the claimant, are they? They're fraudulent accounts that don't share the same domain name, correct?
Yeah, that's.
Sorry, I think it cut off slightly there. Were you agreeing with that?
Yeah, we are seeing here the from email ID is pertaining to the correct ID, which is an authorized email ID. The CC has been marked in a different domain.
Yeah, it's a different domain that doesn't belong to the claimant.
Claimant, the office staff of the claimants. Yes.
No, I think we've got slightly cross wires there. What I'm suggesting to you is that those copied email addresses are fraudulent email addresses that do not share Aegis domain name.
Yeah, this kind of an email, once we are going to click on the full details, then only we will be in a position to see where it is CC is marked. Or else once we get an email, we will be in a position to see the email from it has been clearly shown. But the CC mark are always hidden. Unless we click on show details, we will be able to see the full details of the email address.
Well, I'd suggest to you that that's not the case because we can see on the printout of this email that it shows up.
Yeah, because once we give the to show the details, then it is being shown as a full details where the CC address is completely shown.
Yeah, and we know, don't we, from the evidence that's already been provided, that part of the process was that operations and compliance would look at details of who had been sending emails, correct? So we're actually looking at this area.
Yeah, who is sending the email that is being looked by them?
Yeah, well, I suggest to you that when you drop that down, you can see the CC addresses. Do you agree with me?
Yeah, unless it is being their focus is towards the CC address, and if they click on the show details, we are not able to see it. If not, it will be from and to whom it has been there. If you see in any kind of an service provider, email service provider, he will give only show from where it is coming. And CC, unless the particular user ID is clicking on the show details, it will not be visible the complete email ID of it.
Well, let me put it this way. Part of the evidence is that the operations team will receive this and then forward it to compliance. So when an email is forwarded to compliance, the same details we can see here on this page will show up in their review because you'll have the forwarded email and all of the details of the correspondence address.
I don't think the operation department is forwarding the email to the compliance.
Well, we have your other witnesses who will deal with that, and that's exactly what they say happens. But it looks like you and I differ in this, so I'll move on to the next point, which is the email heading, which we certainly can see. And it says payout instruction beneficiary Rideau Pte Limited mining dash March and April. Do you see that?
It's in the page number.
Same page. All we're looking at the moment is the email heading.
Email heading. Yeah, email heading.
Okay. The email heading subject.
The subject matter is the beneficiary Rideau Pte Limited mining for March and April. Yes.
Yeah. So Rideau is not a party that Aegis had ever previously transacted with, was it?
Yeah, previously they are not transacted. The transaction may be the first time for any of the company.
Yeah, and the fact that it refers to mining is also a novelty, isn't it? Because none of Aegis's previous transactions have related to mining, have they?
Previous transaction was not pertaining to mining, but they are indirectly connected to the mining activity, which has been yesterday also it was been said by me. Okay,
and we can see that there is also a reference below the subject line to attachments. You see that? There's an invoice and the payout instruction.
Yeah, one is the invoice and the payment instruction signed by the authorized signatory.
So, and again, I stress that this is just looking at the introductory top section of this page alone. We can already see that there's no bill of lading attached to this payment request.
Since it is a payment for the invoice financing payment for an invoice payment against invoice. So there is no bill of entry for this transaction.
Well, this facility had been in operation for 2 years by this point. The bank would have known full well, wouldn't it, that Aegis was engaged in commodities trading for transshipment and that it always attached bills of lading to its payment requests.
In all the previous cases, it is totally that it has been supported by the commercial and the bill of lading. In this transaction case, since it is an invoice financing, so the payment is going directly to a beneficiary who is going to supply the goods later on. So the documents will be submitted later on by the company.
Right, well, I'll come to the detail of it in a second, but what I'll suggest to you is that immediately, just by looking at the very top of this page, we can see that clause 4.2c of the facility agreement that we looked at yesterday, which required the supporting documents to include bills of lading, hasn't been complied with, has it?
I could not get you, please.
So yesterday we looked at clause 4.2c of the facility agreement, and that told us that requests for advances needed to be accompanied by documents of title, which included bills of lading. Yes.
Yeah, documents of the title should be there.
Yeah,
but the facility is giving an option even for the invoice financing. If you see the facility, it is oblique invoice finance.
What I was suggesting to you then is that what we can see just from the very top of this email is that clause 4.2c hasn't been complied with because there's no bill of lading.
If the transaction is pertaining to the commercial invoice payment, then the bill of lading will be there. If the transaction is pertaining only for the invoice financing, so we will get only invoice, and later on the company will get all the required document that will be submitted to the bank.
Well, then let's come on to look at what's being requested. Go down to page H183, which is the pro forma payment request.
Or page number in the same bundle?
Yeah, very next page, 183.
183, okay. 183.
This is the pro forma payment request. We already know that Rideau is a... Sorry, Your Honour, I think Mr. Duckworth might have just dropped off, or at least his picture has dropped off for me. I don't know if it's the same for everyone else. He seems to be back now. Yeah, thank you. So this is the pro forma payment request, and you've already agreed that Rideau PTE is a new beneficiary that Aegis had not previously transacted with. If we look at the ordering institution as well, sorry, not the ordering institution, the beneficiary bank, we've got UOB Bank of Singapore. It's also right, isn't it, that Aegis had never transacted with that particular bank before, had it?
Whether they have dealt earlier this kind of a bank, I have to check it. But when you see that the UBO is in a prime banks, it's coming under the top 1,000 banks in the top banks. So it is in the prime banks list. We can
sure, but this is a new beneficiary, a new recipient account, isn't it? Yeah.
Beneficiary is a new one that is 100%. With regarding to the bank, earlier any transaction has done, that can be given the confirmation by the compliance or else by the operation team.
Yeah, and we can see that the sum for this transaction is $826,000. But I think you agree that despite the fact that we've got a new beneficiary and a substantial transaction over $100,000, that there was no request for a Dun & Bradstreet report on this occasion, was there?
Yeah, the bank has not gone for an Dun & Bradstreet sale, since there is other options available for a bank to look into the due diligence part of that executing the transaction.
Yesterday, you'll recall we looked at some emails that were sent by the bank requesting those Dun & Bradstreet reports. Would you accept that if the bank had sent an email like that after receiving this payment request to Aegis, that Aegis would have simply called up the bank and told them to stop the transaction because it wasn't authorized?
No, in this case, the email would have gone to a person who has already hacked the email. He would have straight away said that the Dun & Brad document will be submitted later on. You can proceed with the transaction. Because yes, the person is already, the email has been already hacked by someone. And even if the bank is sending any kind of a request, it goes to his domain. and he is going to reply stating that the Dun & Brad report will be submitted by the company later on. You can proceed with the transaction.
Yeah, but that's not quite the point, is it? The point is that whether the report was obtained later or not, if there had been an email to Aegis saying, please provide us with this report, or seeking an undertaking to provide the report, they would have been alerted to the fact that an unauthorized transaction was being made.
Right. Even if the bank is sending an email, it would have gone to a person who is already holding this kind of an email under his ID, and he would have straight away replied, like he had replied for another transaction also, that he is going to fund the account further later. One of the email ID, when we have sent an email stating that there is an insufficient fund, there was a reply from the hacker himself who is using the admin user ID, stating that he is going to fund the later on and to process the transaction for the lower amount. So it would, even if the mail would have been sent by us, it would have gone to the hacker ID. It's hacker person who is handling this ID.
Yeah, well, I think you and I will disagree about that. If you look at the purpose of the remittance in this case, we see payment of mining operations. So my first question about that is, would you accept that this isn't in the form that we have typically seen pro forma payment requests being filled out? Usually what it would say is payment of invoice number or payment for freight, correct?
Yes. Yeah, since in the previous cases, the commercial invoice numbers are already available with the company, they would definitely give the commercial invoice number. Here, there's a payment request is for the invoice financing. That means it is like an advance payment done to the company to procure the goods.
Yeah, well, I'll come on to what you say about advance payments in a little while, but the point is that this is different than anything that had preceded it, isn't it?
Yeah, this transaction is a difference since it is going as an advance payment to the company.
Yeah. Do you accept that UBI had never before received a payment request from Aegis that purported to be for mining operations?
It's not from the mining operation. Always the payment request came for the limestone, procurement of the limestones, coal, which is for the purpose of the steel manufacturing.
Yeah. And do you agree with me that Aegis was not licensed to carry out mining operations?
A mining operation, they are not licensed, but they are doing in a trading activity which is connected to the procurement of the goods, which is procured after the mining.
And we've looked at it yesterday, but the use of the facility agreement was expressly limited to dealing with goods within the scope of Aegis trade license, wasn't it?
Goods and services.
No, the facility agreement said that it would be used for procurement of goods, provided that it was within the scope of Aegis trade license. That's what the contract said, correct?
I have to go through it because it may be the wording said as a goods and services. Since
I can tell you that the 2017 facility agreement did not say that, but what you're referring to is the 2018 facility offer letter, which included the requirement beyond that the facility was to be limited to the supply of goods and services to JSW Steel in India for the manufacture of steel. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, it is mentioned in the next sanction letter.
Yeah, so payment of mining operations isn't supply of goods and services for the manufacture of steel, is it? That's completely different.
No, it's for a service. If you see, the payment for the mining operation is one kind of a service which the company wants to take the services of mining.
All right. I'd suggest to you that straight away, looking at just this pro forma, even if you ignore the email and even before we get to the invoice, we can see immediately that this payment request does not fall within the scope of the permitted use of the facility, does it?
It's within the facility. If you see, it is the mail. It's coming from an authorized email ID, and it is a word mention about the mining, and almost all the earlier procurement of the goods which the Aegis has done for the JSW is from the mining activity. If you see the limestone procurement from Ajman or Steven Rock, everything is in a part of a mining.
I think we've been around this issue as much as we can. mining is not the same as a mining product, is it? In the same way as house building is not the same as the provision of a mortgage.
And that is it, because here if you see, it's for the goods and the services. So the company may be one time maybe procuring the goods, and other time they may be using the same facility for the service purpose.
All right, well, you say that might be the case. The bank has had 2 years now of the operation of this facility, and it has never once been used for that purpose, has it?
Yeah, it may be any time, it may be a first time for it.
The bank has to take into account its previous experience with a customer and its transactions when it scrutinizes a payment request like this, doesn't it?
Yeah, they have to see the previous. The previous clearly states that the request is coming from the authorized email IDs, and the payment is going for an indirectly one kind of a service which the Aegis is looking for.
No, it's that Aegis has never transacted in. I think you've already accepted that.
They have not transacted with regarding to the mining, but the equipments which they are procuring for the JSW is always connected to some kind of a mining activity. That's what we understood.
All right, can you look at please at page H186?
Yeah, H186 is the next page.
No, it's 3 pages further on, I think. 186. It's an invoice.
H186.
Yes.
Yeah, H186. It's an invoice. Invoice number.
Now, during your evidence yesterday, we looked at a lot of different invoices showing the types of business that Aegis were carrying out and the types of requests that were made to utilize the facility. Now, looking at this invoice, there's no reference in it anywhere, is there, to the purchase of raw materials?
Yeah, it was not for the purchase of the raw material. The description states as March and April mining operations.
Yeah, and there's no reference anywhere in the invoice to, for example, port of loading, ports of discharge, or vessels and goods.
Since this document is an invoice, it's only an invoice, it's not a commercial invoice. So in the commercial invoice, there is a mention about the port of the discharge, port of the loading, as well as the notifying party and all. So since they are going to procure the goods, and later on only they will be able to understand from which port it will be, loading will be taking place, and which port the discharge will be there, and who will be the notifying party. It will be mentioned in the part of the commercial invoice.
Yeah, well, this sounds like the argument you were putting forward yesterday, which is that this is an advance payment. But even on its own face, it's not, is it? It says it's payment for March and April, not for something in the future.
Yeah, it's for the payment of the March and April. So they are going to pay for the March and April shipment, and documents will be submitted by the beneficiary Rito to the Aegis for an onward submission to the JSW.
Okay, well, where does it say that?
It's not mentioned. It is only understood that in any kind of invoice financing, the payment is being done by the company. So the company will get the commercial invoice. They will be able to get the BL copy. And in the BL copy, it will be mentioned that who is going to be the notifying party.
Right, well, this is a mention of a lot of things that will be brought up. There's nothing in this invoice that says any of that, is there? There's no references there to JSW.
In a commercial, in a invoice, it will not be mentioned about the JSW. Only it will be mentioned in the commercial invoice that who is going, where the port of loading will be there, port of discharge will be there, notifying party. So in the Forma invoice, it may not be there.
All right, so I think you agree with me. There's no reference to JSW. There's no reference anywhere in this to corresponding bills of lading, like we've seen in all of the other invoices.
Yeah, in other invoices, the cases was different since it was supported by commercial invoice. Here, the case is with regarding to the invoice payment. It's purely an invoice payment. If you take in the banking terms, invoice payment is being done, and so later on only the customer will be able to get the commercial invoice. He will be able to get the bill of lading. So that will be in a secondary document after making the payment.
Mr. Random, I think what we're doing is looking a long way around the really obvious point here, which is that even at first glance, This invoice looks totally different to anything that had preceded it, and it's purporting to request payment for something that Aegis has never engaged in. That's right, isn't it?
Hey, with regarding to the Aegis, if you see the whatever that the trade license says, which is regarding to the sand, which is regarding to the limestones procurement, gravel, so that is all part of an mining. That's what the bank has understood.
Right, and I mean, even if one were to accept this as a face value invoice within the scope of a trade license or within the scope of facility usage, we don't have any detail at all about what these mining operations are said to be, or a breakdown of how this price has been calculated, do we?
Yeah, because it's in a mining, there may not be any what kind of NNA pricing will be there, because it's an open cast mining it will.
Yeah,
Since
so
it is there is no reference with regarding to the pricing of quantity.
Yesterday I took you to Mr. Shee's evidence, which you agreed with, which is that one of the things that would be looked at is prices on invoices to see if those tallied with information in the public domain. But I mean, quite simply here, there's no objective reference point to tell us what this invoice is for, is there?
Yeah, this invoices is for the mining activity, so there may not be, because there is no value for which it may be an open-ended transaction.
All right, well, what mining activity is it? If this was mining for diamonds, is that something that Aegis could have engaged in?
No, because the Aegis was engaged in a mining of a limestone.
Yeah,
because they used to procure the limestone from the various mine, like an Ajman mining, Steven Rock. So the companies which are engaged in the mining activity, they are procuring from that company.
Okay, so where is it on this invoice that tells us that this is within the facility usage? Where does it say mining for limestone, or mining for dolomite, or mining for peroxenite, or mining for coal?
That is not mentioned. It is just given in a mining operation. So it's given an open end for a banker to think that since they are always procuring some kind of a mining activity product, so they may be funding for that kind of an payment. So later on, they will be able to get the complete commercial and BL copies.
Right, and it's not really just details about what this invoice is for itself, is it? We don't even have contact details for Rido, do we? We've got an address, we don't have a telephone number, we don't have a fax, we don't have an email address, we don't have any of that, do we?
Yeah, that is missing in this part of the invoice.
Yeah, so what I would suggest to you is that it doesn't take particularly forensic analysis to see that as soon as you look at this invoice, there are a number of substantial red flags jumping out of the page.
If you see the red flag, if when the payment is going to a prime bank, there is that is not a red flag for any of the bank. If you see that the word of the mining operation is mentioned, it's there, and the area where the payment is going into the Singapore, where the already it has been in the part of our facility agreement that he is going to deal with the beneficiaries who are in Singapore. So a few red flags will be there, but many other points which gives an indication for a bank to make the payment.
Okay, well, it's interesting you should make that observation about Singapore, because that's something I'm going to come back to. But what I'd also suggest is it just simply doesn't take a rigorous analysis to work out that this invoice has nothing whatsoever to do with Aegis business. Do you agree?
Hey, Aegis business, right from the beginning, it has been said that they are in the trading of a limestone, sand, gravel, dolomite. So it's like where they procure the goods after getting them from the mining activity.
All right. Mr. Shee said in his evidence, and you agreed, that the defendant would verify the authenticity of a payment request, partly by looking at the commercial invoices and examining the signatures. Now, do you see in this document, and it's perhaps a little blurry, and perhaps in and of itself that's a cause for concern, I don't know, but you can see there are two signatures digitally signed by Aegis Resources and Igor Zoladov, so both from Aegis. And we have particular date and timestamps on there. So 27th of May on the one on the left, 25th of May on the one on the right. And we can see the specific times. I'm just going to zoom in.
Yeah, there are two different signatories assigned at different dates.
Yeah, and we can see that the timestamps on there. So the first one is 10/16/43. The second one is 13/17/21. Yes.
Yeah, if you see the 13/17/21, it is 2 days prior to the person who was signed on 27.
Yeah. Can you go to page 174 of this same bundle?
(174) pertaining to a freight invoice.
Yeah, freight invoice for Oldendorf. So you've got that. This is a transaction that was sent to the bank 3 days earlier, followed up by email 2 days earlier. And if you look in the middle of that page, you can see, can't you, that this is exactly the same signature, bearing exactly the same date stamps and exactly the same timestamps on both, correct?
Just 1 second. Yeah, this is the signatures, digital signatures signed by both Aegis as well as the Igor. Yeah, they're giving the date and timing the same.
Yeah, precisely the same. So it's 10/16, 13/17. Yes?
Yes, it is there on the part of an invoice.
Yeah. So I suggest to you that what's clearly happened here is that this digital signature from the legitimate invoice has been cut and pasted across to the fraudulent invoice. Would you agree?
It has been cut and paste. You mean to say that it has been cut and paste from the 24th invoices to on 29th invoice, on 38th invoice?
Yeah, so here we have a legitimate invoice with legitimate digital signatures, which has been copied onto the redo invoice, which we know is fraudulent.
But redo invoice is also having an authorized signatory on the bottom of the beneficiary signed by the beneficiary.
Yes.
And there is a payment request is coming from an authorized signatory.
Yeah, I'm simply asking you to agree if these signatures are the same.
Yeah, it is the same, but why the bank could see the digital signature on an invoice paper when they are going to see at the payment request is coming signed by an authorized person, and the beneficiary signature is available on the invoice, the pro forma invoice. So the digital signatures is a part, it is there.
Okay. Moving past the invoice, this transaction was sent by email only, which I think you agree with. It's also right, isn't there, that there was no telephone call between the claimant's employees and any of the bank's operations team?
That I think it will be given by an operation person only, because he is an authorized person to give a call on every transaction.
Yeah, but you've looked at this as the bank's senior executive officer, so you know that there was no telephone call regarding this transaction.
That can be given by our operational head or as an assistant operation who was a part of the witness for this case.
Well,
as
right.
far as mine, because I never inquired that whether they are given any kind of any call to any claimants from our end.
Right, well, let me put it to you this way. Even though this was a brand new beneficiary, even though it didn't conform or even come close to conforming with the usual form of invoice that the bank would see for Aegis, even though there was no bill of lading, even though it was describing payments for business that the claimant had never previously engaged in, I suggest to you that despite all of that, this was the very first transaction that has ever been processed by the bank based on receipt of email alone. Do you agree?
Based on the email, since it is a mail coming from an authorized email ID.
Do you agree with me that this is the first time that a transaction has ever been processed by email alone?
In the earlier circumstances also the email alone was being processed, because whenever it is coming from authorized email ID, the bank is not going to take into account the fax communication.
Mr. Jatinder, I think Mr. Dowd is entitled to a direct answer. I'll ask him to repeat the question. Would you please think about it and give him a direct answer? It's capable of being a yes or a no or I don't know.
Thank you, Ron. I'm grateful. It's right, isn't it, that this was the first transaction that had ever been processed by the bank based on the receipt of an email alone?
No, there may be circumstances where earlier also we might have processed only based on the email.
Well, you say there may have been. Do you know of any circumstances where that happened?
I think I could. Operation person would be the right person to give this.
All right. Well, I'm asking you if you know if that's ever happened before.
No,
No.
I am not aware of it.
Okay, thank you. Can you go to page H187?
Yeah.
Now we've seen some issues regarding different timestamps on emails, but what there seems to be is an email on the 30th of May at 3:12 p.m. So assuming that that's UAE time, it may be that that's an hour and a half earlier if that's Indian time, but I don't think anything falls on it. But what we can see is that the email is sent saying, please send swift copy of this payment made as we need it urgently. Do you see that?
Yes, it is there.
This email also copies in those fraudulent email addresses that we looked at earlier, doesn't it?
Yes, it is marked as a CC. The CC will be visible only in case if you go for a show details.
Right. Given that the bank has not received a fax or a telephone call, as I've suggested to you was the standard practice, this is highly suspicious activity, isn't it? Putting pressure mere hours after the payment request has been sent, asking for it to be made.
It's generally the company asks for the swift copy on a very same day in all the transactions.
Right. This is a follow-up email saying please send it urgently. So it's not the originating email saying please make this payment at the earliest. This is a follow-up saying we need it urgently.
Since next 10 days the working holidays are there, the company might have requested for sharing the swift copy so that the payment could be done on the timely.
Right. Well, I'll suggest to you the fact that pressure is being put on the bank in this email should itself have raised a red flag. Do you agree?
No, since the payment request has come in the early hours of the banking and it is almost at around 3 o'clock so that the banks can share the swift copy. In turn, the company can share the swift copy to a beneficiary for procuring the goods.
Can I ask you to look at bundle E, please? Tab 5.
1 second. E bundle. Tab 5. Yes. Page number, please.
1419. On case lines, that should be page 245 of 296, if it helps you find it.
245 of 296. Okay. Then I'll go from down to up. One second. Yeah. Page number E14.
1419.
Yeah. Trade-based money laundering.
So this is a presentation that was included in the bank's disclosure relating to its policies and training, and it goes on to explain that it's something that arises from the DFSA's activity in this issue, which I think stretches back to as early as 2016, so nothing particularly new. And you obviously, at the end of your statement, make reference to the fact that members of your staff were provided with various different types of training. So on this presentation, if you could go forward to page 1442. And if you let me know when you have that.
Yeah, 1442.
Yeah. What we have here is a list of red flags. Do you see that?
Yes. Yes, it is there.
Okay, and let's look at the first category, which is customer red flags. If you look at the fourth entry down there, that suggests, doesn't it, that aggressive contact or pressure from the customer should be a red flag, yes?
Aggressive contract and the pressure from the customer. So in this case, there is no pressure from the customer. It's in a normal course. The transaction takes place in the morning, and in the afternoon, the customer is requesting for something.
Yeah, urgently.
Yeah, urgently doesn't mean that it is to be sent immediately, since the bank has been followed by the 10 working days holidays. So the email which is coming from an authorized email ID, the operation head would have taken it in a normal course of the business.
Yeah, and that's
Since
despite
tomorrow next.
It's despite the fact that the normal process, as we've seen, is that there will be a phone call between the bank and the company whenever a transaction is requested.
In all the cases, it is not like that every transaction is being followed by then a phone call.
All right, well, let's look at some of the other things that are outlined in this document as red flags. At the very top of the list, we see customer transactions are not in line with his business activities. See that?
Yeah, that is a business activity. If it is totally, the payment is going towards some of the purchase of a hotel, some of the resort, then it would have been a different transaction.
Well, I'll suggest you that that's pretty clearly a red flag that applies in this case. Do you agree?
It is not 100% the case where it is in a red flag. I've given an example stating if then Aegis is asking to make the payment for the purchase of the hotel or purchase of the resort, or it is for the purchase of any kind of a shipping, then it would have been a sounds and a red flag for us.
Okay, well, let's agree to disagree on that. But even if we assume that what you're saying is right, the very next line says customer transactions are inconsistent with his past transaction pattern. So you've already agreed that there had never been in 2 years a previous request for payment in respect of mining operations. So this is a red flag that applies, isn't it? Because this transaction was inconsistent with previous patterns.
It is earlier also it is said that it's indirectly connected to a line of the business which the company is working on it.
Yeah, but that they've never transacted in before. You've already agreed with me on that.
I have agreed that it's in a line of the business which is in the trading, and it is pertaining to some kind of a mining operation. Suppose if they are going to procure any goods pertaining to a non-mining activity like an agriculture products, then it would have been totally it is a different one. Here the goods which they are trading is totally connected to an indirectly to the mining operations.
And it's not also inconsistent in its pattern of the substance of the payment. It's also in the form of the payment, isn't it? Because the invoice looks nothing alike the other invoices. There's no bill of lading attached, and the form of the payment request is different to the standard form that had been adopted, as well as the fact that there's no phone call and there's no fax. So that's a completely different pattern as well, isn't it?
The phone call is not 100% ensured or 100% for all the transactions. It has been done by the company. And with regarding to the payment pattern, it's a payment request is the same format. It is what you call the request is coming in a form of an invoice, which is going towards an activity called a mining. So there is not much for a bank to have a red flag immediately on this transaction.
And then again, looking down at the document red flags, on the third and fourth entries there, we'll see refusal to provide proof of shipment of goods and incomplete, no details of consignee mentioned in the bill of lading. So again, those would have applied in this case, wouldn't they? Because normally with Aegis transactions, we've got the bill of lading, and that can be objectively tracked and monitored, but none of that information has been provided with this transaction.
Yeah, this may be a first of a kind which the Aegis may be doing, where the documents will be submitted to the bank on a later on.
Well, there was nothing in any of the correspondence that said that. I think you agreed with me.
There's no email correspondence, but whenever the companies or else in the banking, whenever the payment is done for against invoice, the company submits the documents of the commercial invoice and the BL on the later part of it.
All right, let's go back to bundle H to the second transaction now, 192.
Just before you do, Mr. Doherty, can I ask about one thing? As I understand the evidence, the bank did a world check report on Retail Private Limited, and that check is somewhere in the evidence. I don't know where. And while we're on the subject, can you lay your hands on it?
Page E628.
628?
Yeah. It's a question I was going to ask with another witness, but I think since we're on it, I'll just ask it now.
All right. Well, thank you. It's if you don't mind, I was just thought I would like to understand that at this point also.
So it should be in bundle E, tab 3.
Bundle E, tab 3, page, please.
Yeah. Have you found it?
Page number?
628.
Yes, I'm at the page 628.
Yeah. Okay. So you'll see there, name, Retail PTE, keywords. So this is the manual search that's undertaken. It just says there are no entries matching the above search criteria. If you go over the page, we have another document which says the same thing. I think it is in fact what appears to be identical. And then over the page again, there's a search which seems to return a result, which is a company that has nothing to do with Retail, which is Capital Land Limited. See that?
Yeah, it is in the page 630.
Yeah. So what I would suggest to you is that the sum total of what this set of checks tells us is basically nothing of value. So this sort of check couldn't realistically be some kind of green light to proceed with the transaction where there were other causes for concern, could there?
There is nothing much what you call the red flagging has been mentioned in the this report. If had it been in a company which is having an earlier money laundering activity, it would have come for here. Since there is no match found, and next it is giving an indication pertaining to a Capital Land Limited. It's in a corporate. It may be in a company which has been promoters for this company.
Yeah. So I mean, effectively, this tells us nothing about Radio PTE. As far as we can see, on my interpretation of this report is that Rideau is a shell company with no real activity at all.
It cannot be because it has been company floated by the 3 different corporate entities, and it has been one of the individual is also a shareholder for that.
And there doesn't appear to be any evidence, certainly not from this World Check report, but nowhere else provided by the bank, that would have confirmed that this was a trading entity.
It is not mentioned about the trading entity. The bank has taken a World Check, and World Check will have a limited information available on the World Check domain.
Okay. Bundle H, page 192.
Page 192. Bundle H, set 2 or set 1?
192.
It is in the bundle 1 or 2?
2.
Page. page 190. Yeah, page 190. I'm at that page.
Sorry, 192. It should be an email.
92. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to 192.
So
Yeah, it's an email.
Yeah, this is the email of the second fraudulent payment request to Clamour Robotics. A lot of this covers similar ground to what we've already seen, but you can see from that document, again, under CC, this email contains the fake or spoofed email addresses. Do you see again under attachments, there's no reference to there being a bill of lading. And then
Yes.
the subject line refers to a company called Clamour Robotics. Just pausing there, that in itself is pretty unusual, isn't it? That a commodities trading business would be engaging with a company dealing, it seems, in robotics.
Robotics, and the payment request is going for NNA mining tool and equipments. So one kind of a robotic company may be having an NNA equipments which may be supporting to the mining activity.
Right. Well, I think the evidence that you had given to try and justify the fact that the Redo invoice or the Redo payment request was perhaps within scope of Aegis activities. This is quite a bit different again from that, isn't it? Because it's robotics. It's supposedly payment for equipment and tools. So even if you look just at the subject headline, there can't be any objective analysis of that says that it's going to be payment for limestone that's going to be dug out of the ground in the future, or coal, or anything like that.
It may be in a company in a form of a robotic company which may be providing an equipments related to a mining activity related equipments. Because nowadays, if you see, all the robotic companies are working on a mechanism where they can give a system which will be helpful for a procure.
Right. Well, I mean, this doesn't seem like a particularly controversial statement, but that's nothing to do with the product, is it? That's nothing to do with coal or limestone or dolomite.
You see, the robotic company may be providing tools which will be helpful for a mining activity. That
Right.
may be the case.
But if they're not engaging in mining activity, they're a commodity trader.
They are commodity traders, but they are procuring the commodities which are indirectly connected to the mining.
All right. Well, why do they need robots to get limestone?
No, robotic company, they may be making a payment to the robotic company so that there will be equipments will be supplied by the robotic company to a mining operations.
All right. I think you and I very much disagree on that. Go to page H194, which is the pro forma payment request.
194, 1 second. Yeah, payment request.
So again, what we can see here, $241,500 requested to be paid to a new payee, and I think you agree that once again there's no request for a D&B report, correct?
Yeah, in this case also there was no request from the bank side for any.
And coming back to what you said earlier, that in relation to the payment to UOB in Singapore, that you knew that the company was transacting in Singapore because it said so in its account opening form. Well, here we've got the reference to Banco Mercantil del Norte in Mexico, and we've got the name and address of the beneficiary that says that it's based in Mexico. So you also knew from the account opening form that Aegis has never transacted, nor had it intended to transact in Mexico, correct?
Yeah, in this case, we can very well say that it is not a part of this agreed facility where the account Aegis is going to do the transaction.
So even putting to one side the fake email addresses, putting to one side the fact that even on the face of the email, we're seeing a payment to a robotics company and for mining tools and equipment, isn't the very fact that the payment is going to Mexico in itself unusual in the context of Aegis business and transaction history?
It may be always a first time for any company to have a transaction in a different geography.
We know, don't we, because Mr. Shi said so and you agreed, that one of the things that will be looked at when these payment requests are scrutinized is the location of the beneficiary.
Yeah, location of the beneficiary is looked out, and it's a part of an compliance check.
And then in the rest of this invoice, we can see what I suggest to you are similar discrepancies and causes for concern. So the payment request isn't in the usual format of saying payment for invoice number. Do you agree?
Yeah, it is not mentioned for the payment invoice number.
Yeah.
But the sender has to receive the information which is a part of the invoice details.
Yeah. And what we also know in relation to this description of the remittance of purchase of mining tools and equipment, that Aegis business is the provision of specific raw minerals to its client, JSW, for the manufacture of steel. Now, it's right, isn't it, that JSW, as a steel manufacturer, would have no need for mining equipment or tools?
In this case, if what bank or else the operation head would have thought is that since they are going to procure the goods, which is going to be for the procured from the mining activity, these tools may be provided as a part of an equipment to procure the further goods.
All right, so this is one step further removed again, isn't it? So this isn't even just payment for mining operations, it's payment for tools so that somebody else can use it for mining operations, so that they can then dig the rock out of the ground and then they can provide it to Aegis, and then Aegis can provide it to JSW. Is that what you're suggesting is happening here?
Mining tools will be provided to some of the mining company, and the mining company are going to drill the goods, and then it is going to be supplying to the JSW.
Right, and your evidence is that is perfectly within the permitted use of the facility.
It's indirectly connected to the facility which is given. It's not directly.
Is your evidence that it's within the permitted use of the facility, or is your evidence that it's indirectly related to the use of the facility?
It is a case of an indirectly connected to the facility.
Okay. I think I understand you on that. H195 then is the invoice for this transaction.
Yeah, invoice for the transaction is there.
So again, we've got reference to another new country of origin, the United States. So that's something that wouldn't have been in Rito's account opening form. Do you agree?
Commercial invoice is pertaining to the Mexico.
Yeah, and if you look in the middle of the page, country of origin, United States.
Okay. Yeah. Country of the origin is United States.
Yeah.
So the goods, yeah, please.
Aegis hasn't previously sourced any goods in the United States, has it?
I think it will be a best person to give is an operation person, because I have not gone through all the transaction, whether it is being routed, it is a country of origin from United States for all the transactions.
All right, well, bearing in mind all of the different transaction documents we looked at yesterday, would you agree with me that this invoice doesn't contain, for example, reference to purchase of bulk raw materials, or to freight, or to vessels, or to ports of loading or discharge, or to corresponding bills of lading, or make any reference to JSW? We won't find any of that here, will we?
Yeah, it is not mentioned since it's a case of an invoice.
Yeah, so this invoice bears no resemblance whatsoever to any of the other invoices that we looked at yesterday.
Yes, that is.
Yeah, and even the description of mining tools and equipment, it doesn't give us any detail of what that equipment was, or a detailed breakdown of what type of equipment. the quantities of equipment or the unit prices for the different types of equipment. So none of that details there, is it?
Yeah, that details is not available in the invoice.
And at the bottom of the page, we can see again, do you see the digital signatures? So
Yeah,
that's now the third time. That's now the third time we see exactly the same digital signature bearing the same date and timestamps copy pasted into this invoice.
Yeah, the digital signature generally that is being copied, and moreover, if you see this, it is already signed by some Luis Treves.
No, I'm talking about the signatures below that, the digital signatures from Aegis. Yeah, those are identical, including having the same date and timestamps as the redo invoice and as the earlier legitimate Oldendorf invoice, don't they?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so that's now the third time we've had a document signed at exactly the same date and at exactly the same time to the second appearing as a supposedly legitimate signature.
It is stamped as a digital one. It's a digital signature. Yeah, it is a digital signature.
Are you agreeing with me that that is the same signature that's been provided in two other invoices?
In regards to the digital, it is the same one, but it is being followed by the signatures on the other side of it is the original one.
All right, Your Honour, I apologise. There's briefly, I think, a bit of background noise, so I hope it's not interrupting too much. It will pass in a moment, I think.
Yeah, that was at your end, was it, Mr. Doherty?
Yes.
All right.
Hazards of working from home, I'm afraid.
How much longer have you got?
You're on mute, sir. You're on mute.
Yes, Your Honour, not particularly long. We've dealt with the second payment request bar, a couple of points, and then it's just a few sweep up points at the end, really.
So what?
I would hope no more than 5 minutes.
All right. I hope not too. I hope so too. Continue, please.
Yes. Yeah. And again, I don't think that this is disputed, but can you confirm that this payment request was not sent by fax and there was no phone call to verify it?
No, it's not sent by fax. Yeah, it's only through a registered email ID.
Yeah. So this is the second time that a payment request has been effected based on email only. Do you agree?
Second time, earlier there may be some circumstances where it has been affected through email ID without taking into account the fax.
Right. Well, I think you said this earlier when I asked the question. You're not aware of any particular cases where that happened?
Through, as an it may be a concern within an operation person will be the right person to give whether for all the transaction he had used only an email or else through the fax also.
Yeah, but you don't know.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah. Scroll forward to the next page, please, which is 196. Now, the second transaction that we just looked at, the email, had a timestamp of 12:46 p.m. on the 10th of June. And if we look at H196, what we're looking at is about 5 minutes later. This is the email at the bottom of the page requesting a second payment in favour of Redo PTE. Do you see that? So it's at 12:51 p.m.
12:51, there is a request from the company to make a payment to Rito, and 12:105, then a reply from the bank.
Yeah. So it's right, isn't it, that this payment request, so this is the third fraudulent payment request, was set out in exactly the same way. It requested exactly the same amount of money as the first Redo request, and in fact, the supporting invoice was precisely the same invoice as was sent the first time around. Yes?
Invoice, you are saying it has been attached to this one, or else only in the email it is?
Yeah, no, I don't think that this is disputed, and I think that the bank agrees this position. I'm just asking you to confirm. The invoice that was sent in support of this transaction was the same. So effectively, they've got all of the same documents sent on the 30th of May, resent them, and asked for payment of the same amount again. That's what happened with this third request, isn't it?
We have to check it whether it is for the pertaining to the mining for whether it is for the same period or else it is for the different period. Unless we go through that invoice, we are not able to show.
Well, for example, look at the subject head, payout instruction mining March plus April. So it's for the same period, it's for the same activity, it's the same beneficiary, yes?
With regarding to the subject, it is the same. Unless we go through the invoice part, we are not sure what contents are there.
Can you see the response to that email above is we're unable to process the transaction due to insufficient funds. Please find statements.
That's sent by our operational assistant since the account is not funded with fully for executing the transaction.
What I would suggest to you is that where we've got circumstances where someone is requesting a repeat payment for the same payment that had already been made a week or two before, that should have raised some pretty serious red flags, shouldn't it? It's a payment for the same amount, same goods, services, same invoice, same signatures.
It may be because, but if you see that Aegis, almost all the payments are going to the Steven Rock, it is going to the Ajman mining. So it may be a second time payment that the company is making to this beneficiary.
Right, well, what I'd suggest to you is that rather than responding to this to say we're unable to process the transaction due to insufficient funds, what the bank should have done is immediately put that payment on hold and raised it as a concern.
Even if the bank could have raised a concern, the email would have gone to an hacker who is replying immediately stating that, okay, we have noted that the funds are insufficient. We are going to supplement with a lesser amount invoice. If you see the next email.
Okay, well, let's compare with what you say about the fourth payment request. So paragraph 47 of your statement, what you say is that you first became aware of the transactions after the second Clamor Robotics payment request was made, and that the reason that it was brought to your attention as being potentially suspicious was because it was similar to a previous payment request, it was for the same amount, and that it was made in quick succession. Well, what I'd suggest to you is that all of those things apply with this second redo request as well. It's a request made on the very next business day. It's for the same amount. It's to the same customer. It's got the same supporting documents. So if the fourth payment request is suspicious, then surely the third payment request is suspicious as well.
In this case, that is the reason why the bank has sent in a message stating that it is for the insufficient fund. So it's one way giving an indication to Aegis stating that this transaction is coming for the second time and there is no funding in the account.
Yeah, but they're not saying this is suspicious, are they? No one's raised the alarm. No one's done what you did after the fourth payment request, which is call Mr. Agarwal.
Yeah, that is it.
Yeah. So what I'd suggest to you, particularly given the timestamps here, that this third request was sent 5 minutes after the second request that was processed. If the bank had been doing its job and it had applied the own standards, which even on your own evidence now you say you did, it would have flagged the transaction as suspicious, it would have put it on hold, and it also would have put the payment to Clamor Robotics on hold.
Robot comments we have put on a hold, but in this transaction the message has been sent to a client stating that there is a funds are not there. So immediately the client has responded stating that we have to fund for a lesser amount with a different beneficiary.
All right. You since actually, I think, backtracked on what the original stated position was in your statement, that one of the reasons that the fourth transaction was flagged was because it was for the same amount. And because you've subsequently discovered that it wasn't in the same amount at all. And it's not only you that provided that evidence and backtracked, it's Mr. Shi and it's Mr. Trivedi. And I suggest to you the reason for that is because the exercise that you've conducted is to look at that payment request, try after the event to rationalize why the fourth payment request was picked up when the others weren't. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, since it was the fourth payment coming on the next following working day. And here the case was that after it is coming after the 10 working holidays.
Yeah, next business day.
Next business.
Yeah.
So in the other case, if the number one is coming on the next working dates.
What I'll suggest to you is that the reason that the fourth payment request has been picked up is pretty simply because it's the first time that anyone's given any proper attention to it. They've seen that there's been a payment requested to Mexico that's fallen outside the permitted facility use, and so it's been stopped.
Yeah, it may be a case like that because since the operational person who had picked up this transaction stating that yesterday we have done an amount of a similar amount, so there is a flagging for this transaction.
And in fact, that is exactly what Mr. Agrawal was told by the bank, wasn't it? He was told that the reason the fourth transaction had been flagged was because it fell outside the permitted usage, and he was asked why he was sending money to Mexico.
It was falling outside the purview of the facility as well as the amount which was been earlier transferred to the same beneficiary. There was two reasons for calling the Agrawal.
So you're saying that one of the reasons was that it did fall outside the use of the facility?
Yeah, it's one of the reasons.
Sorry, let me just write that down. Now, in paragraph 53 of your witness statement, you refer to a call that took place on the 11th of June between Mr. Manish Kumar and Mr. Agrawal. This is a very simple question, which is to confirm that the defendant hasn't called Mr. Kumar to give evidence in these proceedings, has it?
Point number in the evidence, point number?
It's 53, but the question is quite a simple one, which is the bank has not called Mr. Manish Kumar to give evidence in these proceedings.
Yeah, yes. Bank has not called Manish Kumar to give the evidence since he is looking after, he's a credit person. He is not involved in this transaction.
Okay. The bank hasn't provided any witness statement from Mr. Kumar or record of his telephone conversation with Mr. Agrawal.
Whether the bank, I don't think so. Some kind of an evidence has been created for call to the Mr. Agrawal.
Yeah. So the only person at this trial who was on that call who's given evidence is Mr. Agrawal.
Mr. Agrawal and it is Manish Kumar is our staff member. He's there. He had informed the Agrawal because he was handling that particular account.
Now, one of the things we know happened after you have these fraudulent payment requests brought to your attention is a meeting is called, supposedly with you, so the bank's senior executive officer. We've got the bank's compliance and money laundering officer who attends. We've got the head of operations. We've got the risk officer, and we've got the CFO, all in attendance to deal with this query that had been supposedly flagged on a customer's account. I would suggest to you that that is pretty heavy-handed. It's a little bit strange that there should be a meeting of all of the bank's top officials to deal with what has been suggested in all of your evidence was a simple compliance query with a customer.
Because since it is an amount pertaining to a fraudulent transaction, so when we called up the Agrawal, he said that it is a transaction of a question and it is been not generated from it. So the team will be there, which is being headed by me, as well as the deputy CEO and as you have mentioned it,
yeah,
other colleagues.
This meeting took place before you'd ever contacted Mr. Agrawal to tell him about the fraudulent transactions.
No, it was not taken place before contacting Agrawal. After contacting Agrawal only, it was being conducted.
Well, what you say in your witness statement is that you had this meeting during which it was discussed that Mr. Kumar would then go and call Mr. Agrawal, and so that's what happened.
Yeah, Kumar, since he's an authorized person or else he's an accredited authorized person for that particular account, so he's been designated to call and inform Mr. Agrawal.
I would suggest to you that what's effectively happened here is someone has finally, after the fourth attempt, flagged that this was a fraud. They've worked out that the bank has sent out over $1 million in fraudulent payments, and that there's going to be some financial consequence to that. Presumably that's why the CFO attended the meeting.
Hey, CFO is having a dual role to play. He's a chief financial officer as well as the assistant senior executive officer. So he has a dual role to play, and in his dual role, he was able to attend for this meeting.
All right, I have one more question for you, which is about the way that your evidence is presented. Can I ask you to look at your second witness statement, specifically, just by way of example, it's paragraph 30, which is at page C130.
Second witness statement. And a reply to Girish Agrawal?
Yep. And it's page 12 within that statement, C130, paragraph 37.
1 second. Page 12. In page 12, please.
Yep. You got that? So you should
page 12. Page 12 is pertaining to paragraph number 37.
Yes. So can I ask you to just hold your thumb at that paragraph 37, whilst at the same time turning to paragraph 36 of Mr. Shee's second statement, which is at page C189.
She statement I'm not putting here, I think so.
Okay, well, if you
it is available in the.
Yeah, go to the bundle electronically, go to bundle C.
Bundle C, CMC documents.
There should be two bundle Cs. Go to the one that says witness evidence.
Yeah, witness evidence.
And then it's page 189.
In bundle 1 or bundle 2?
Bundle 2.
One 189.
Do you have that?
It's checking because there is a witness statement given by the C, Prashanjit C.
Correct. Now, this is a recurring feature throughout your second statement in particular, but if you look at paragraph 36 of Mr. Shee's statement, paragraph 37 of your statement, which is, this is a paragraph which is spanning several pages of your evidence. That evidence is almost verbatim, exactly the same as what Mr. Shee says, and this recurs throughout both of your evidence. So my question to you is whether you can tell us if the evidence that you have provided to the court in your witness statement is yours or is it Mr. Shee's evidence?
It's prepared by me, and since he is a compliance officer, few of the transaction we had discussed with.
So are you saying that Mr. Shee has adopted your evidence?
Nothing like that, because it is point to point. Let me check it, which are the exact point to point, whether it has been similar to us.
I mean, bar a few introductory words, it's not just similar, it's identical.
Because the nature of the transaction which is there, so almost all the transaction, it has been taken into an account by seeing the transaction which took place. So the points will come out as per this one witness.
All right, well, who prepared their evidence first, you or Mr. Shee?
It is, for myself, it is mine. It may be as per the requirement of the court, whether it was the as a first witness, I might have prepared first, and then it will be followed by the other witnesses.
All right, thank you. Those are the only questions that I have for you.
Yes. Now, Mr. Duckworth, I'm inclined to take the short break now, unless you're going to be reasonably short. We've all been going for a little while and perhaps need the break. Do you have a preference? You're on mute. Yeah, you're on mute, I think, Mr. Duckworth.
Yes, I think with the best will in the world, I cannot comprise this within 10 minutes. It's going to have to be reasonably thorough, 20, 25 minutes.
I think we will take the short break now. We'll take a 15-minute break and come back. And who's going to be the next witness after this?
Mr. Prosenjit.
Thank you very much. Well, I'll see you in 15 minutes.
Okay.
Yes, gentlemen, are we all ready to return?
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Duckworth.
Mr. Manram,
Yes, sir.
during the course of your questioning by Mr. Doherty, you were asked a question about Aegis's website. Can we just look at the website again? The page number is E1483.
Under the chronology, bundle number.
Just one moment. 6.
Bundle 6, page number.
E1483.
148314.
Do you see that?
Yeah, 14822. I'm at 82 only. One side. Yeah, 148. Yes, please.
Thank you. The way the question was put may have suggested that you would need to search against the word mining in order to find this entry. But do you can you actually try on your machine doing a search against Aegis resources, please?
No, as of now.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm conscious of intruding quite so early on. I'm not sure exactly what's being asked of the witness. Is he being asked to look up on the internet evidence now that's not before the court?
Yes, it's real evidence.
Well, I'm not sure what you're asking either, Mr. Duckworth. Where are you heading?
I want to show the court that on making a search against Aegis resources, the expression shipping, mining, cargo comes up in answer to that search. That's the purpose of my question. I
can perhaps short circuit that and say that I don't think we dispute it. We can see it in the Google search bar at the top of 1483. It might be mistaken. I don't think I had put my question to the witness in that way, or certainly it wasn't intended.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. I've already gone through that website of Aegis resources.com.
And so were you surprised, Mr. Agarwal, when you received invoices relating to mining activities?
No, it's not at all. Since if you see the is a website as well as the facility agreement, it is totally connected with the mining activity.
My next question is this. A lot of Mr. Doherty's questions to you have been based around whether the bank kept to the terms of the facility or went outside those terms.
It's
I ask you
facility. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's totally facility, the facility which has been drawn between the company as well as the bank. And it's mentioned with regarding to the trading. And in the trading, it is clearly shows the mining procurement of the goods, which is connected to the mining.
Mr. Jatinder, would you just wait until Mr. Duckworth asks a question and then just answer the question, please? That way we'll be finished much sooner.
Sure.
Okay. Can you turn, please, to page E121?
121.
That's in the first section of Bundle E in the chronological documents.
Bundle E chronological document. Bundle E1.
E121. This is the second facility letter.
That also should have an H reference, Mr. Duckworth. Can we use those, please?
I beg your pardon, Your Honour? I'm sorry.
An H reference also, should it not, in the core bundle?
It should. I must confess I've prepared my cross-examination on the basis of the E bundle, but let me find it in the H bundle.
This came up 2 days ago, and I hope that you had adjusted.
I haven't totally, but I apologise.
H36, I think, is the equivalent page number.
Number again, please.
H36.
36. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Doherty.
I'm at page 1, E121.
Well, I think it's the same page that we're looking at. We're looking at H36, and this is the $10 million facility letter. And I want you to look at paragraph 2.4 and explain to the court what you think that means.
Why,
I have to go to the page.
One moment, Mr. Chinder. That surely cannot be a permissible question, Mr. Duckworth.
Well, perhaps I need to phrase it differently. The point is that Mr. Doherty put a lot of questions suggesting that the bank went outside its facility, and it relates to that. I suppose I can make the point equally well through submissions. I was just giving the witness an opportunity to comment on his understanding of the facility.
Well, you can't buy that question.
Ron, may I just address you on that? As one of the issues in this case is whether the bank held the terms of its facility, I am entitled, in my respectful submission, to draw the witness's attention to this paragraph of the facility letter and ask his comment on it.
No.
Very well. Move on. Can we look at 5 pages further on? It's page E126 in the E bundle.
I'm at the page 126, sir.
I'm sorry, Ronald, that's a wrong reference. I'll have to come back to that. Could you turn to your page E170?
E170 in the same bundle.
Yes. This is the standby letter of credit, and Your Honour, it is looking at the index to the core bundle. It is the 2017 letter of credit, page H 80 and 81.
I have to go to the page E170, sir.
It's perhaps easier if we go to the H bundle, I think, then we'll all be on the same page. Could you go to page H18, please?
H, it's a core bundle. In the core bundle, there are 1 and 2. I have to go to the bundle 2 or bundle 1?
Bundle 2.
Bundle 2, yes. In bundle 2 page, starting from H1.
It starts, the document I'm looking at starts at page H84.
H84. Yeah, please. 1 second. H84, it's a standby letter of credit.
Yes. On the second page, you should find the words, "We hereby establish in your favour at the request and for the account of JSW Steel."
We hereby establish.
No, in fact, I'll go straight to page 86. I think that's the simplest way. Can we look at page 86?
Yeah, I'm at the page 86.
All right. You see, under that standby letter of credit, description of goods, I think it's highlighted on this page.
Yeah, description of goods. Yes.
Any goods and services for the manufacturing of steel.
Yes.
What was your understanding of services? What did the word services add to the word goods?
Which means it is directly procuring the goods and supplying to an JSW. In case of the services, it may be indirectly connected to an procurement of goods.
Thank you. Can you turn to page 68 in the bundle?
In the same H68.
The same H bundle, yes. Yes, this is the second facility letter, and I'm looking at the heading notices, paragraph 18.
Yes, paragraph 18. Yes, please.
Can we look at 18.2?
Yes.
It says the address, fax number, and telex number of each party for any communication or document to be made or delivered under in connection with this agreement is that identified with its name below. Just pausing there. Under your heading lender, Union Bank of India, it gives email tifc.dubai@unionbankofindia.com. Yesterday, you may recall Mr. Doherty asked you whether payment requests sent to a different address, different email address, were invalid as falling outside of the facility letter. And your reply was that if that was so, then most of the transactions over the last however long must have been invalid. Can we look at the remainder of paragraph 18.2? Is to be delivered under in connection with this agreement. Is that identified with its name or any substitute address, fax number, email address, or department or officer, as the party may notify to the lender by not less than 5 days' notice?
Yes.
In practice, yes, go on.
Yes, please.
One moment, please. You have to ask the question, Mr. Duckworth.
Yes, my question is, did you simply confine yourself to the difc.dubai email address or to other addresses as well when you corresponded with Mr. Agarwal?
Yeah, it is other addresses as well as which is directly connected to the operation head as well as the operation.
So, did the bank regard communications with the operations head as falling under the facility?
Yeah, if you see that this is a part of the facility which clearly notifies that it may any substitute addresses, email addresses, or the department or the offices.
Now, you mentioned a little later in your evidence yesterday that when Mr. Doherty was asking about the due diligence procedure, that any payment request was looked at by 4 people before it was processed. Could you just slowly go through the steps that happen after a payment request is received at the bank, the people it goes in front of?
Yeah, directly it goes in front of an operation assistant. And once the operation assistant is downloading all the required documents, he will process into the system in called as a core banking solution. And then that same set of the documents goes to the operational heads, and operational head scrutinize the documents and is an authorized person to verify the transaction. And next step, it goes to the compliance officer to check that check the transaction due diligence, whether this is there. If any kind of an observation is there, that is being flagged by the compliance, and then it goes to the note goes to the deputy CEO, who is the chief CFO come deputy CEO, and finally it comes to as a CEO.
And where were you in that chain?
In the last person in the chain.
Thank you. Can we look for an illustration of this process, page 185 of Bundle H? This is the Rito payment request.
185. Yeah, I am at the page 185, please.
All right. Now, can you just help us, please, with regard to what you've just said in relation to the people who inspect this request and who makes the various tick marks? Can you help us on this?
Yeah, tick marks has been done by the operational assistant, and next followed by on the right side there is a signature of an operation head. On the right side down, just in front of authorized signatory, Girish Agrawal signatory. On the right side, it is being signed by the operational head, and about 3, V1, V2, V3 is other 3 officers' signature on that document.
So this has marks on by all 5 people then?
Yeah, 5 people. The tick mark is done by the operation assistant, signed by a operational head, and then followed by 3 level verification by V1, V2, V3 for passing of this transaction.
And what is the stamp sign verified? What does that mean?
Signed verified is a signature verified attested by the operational head for the signature of the authorized signatory.
So he is the person who actually checks the signature against the genuine signature, is he?
Yeah. Yes. Yes. It is done by the operational head.
And what are the letters OFT 103719 at the top?
That has been the transaction ID inserted by our operational assistant.
In due course, this is turned into a SWIFT request. How is the information transferred from one document to the other?
In the same document, the SWIFT verification is being done on the top of the transaction. SWIFT transaction status.
Yeah. So my question is, how does the information get from this document over to your system for the SWIFT payment to be made?
Yeah, from this core banking solution, there is an options, many option, which will be moving the transaction from core banking to the SWIFT, and from SWIFT, there is a 3-level verification is there.
Thank you. Now, moving on to this question of the Dun & Bradstreet reports. This is a general question without reference to a particular document. What is the role of the Dun & Bradstreet report in the bank's due diligence process?
It gives the information and the financials about a company, where it is located, or what are the financials for the last maybe 1 year or 2 years, number of the employees who are working in that company, and there is a credit scoring is also mentioned in that.
Does the bank need that report before it makes any payment?
In case of the many of the transaction, it's not required because many of the beneficiaries are not having any Dun & Brad reports. So it's not like that every transaction should have a credit report.
What does the World Check report tell you?
World Check is also one kind of a platform which is being given by the Thomson Reuters for all the banks which are doing the transaction, mostly pertaining to the trade finance transaction. So it's an online facility available to the bank to check whether this company, any kind of a red flag is there, they are involved in any kind of an anti-money laundering activity, money laundering activity. So that reports is a tool provided by the corporate office to look into for every transaction. So the bank invariably have to look into that transaction before processing.
So this flags up money laundering activity as one of the red flags.
Yeah, it gives a money laundering activity as well as the promoters. If there is any kind of a connection, sanctions against the promoter, sanctions against the company, that's more information is given in that. It's on a real-time basis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, you were asked a number of questions this morning about whether the robotics were related to mining or the purchase of raw materials, and whether mining activities could properly be said to fall under the terms of the facility. I would like to look back at the facility letter, paragraph 4.2, please. And to do this, I'm just going to take a moment.
Yeah, it's in the bundle.
I think it's H23 onwards.
H under the H trial 1 or bundle H.
Bundle H. Page
H2.
Yeah.
Second.
Page 23. And I want to scroll down and look at paragraph 4.2, please.
It's taking time.
I think you'll find that on page H38.
Yeah, I'm going to that page. It's taking time to H. Yeah, H38, point number 4.2, the bill facility.
Sorry, this is a little confusing because, in fact, there are two paragraphs, 4.2. The one I think I want you to look at is at H37, the previous page.
Yeah, H37. Yeah, I'm at the page
Right.
H37.
Paragraph 4.2. Any advance under the TR facility shall A, be utilized for imports / local purchase under letters of credit, for making payment to suppliers for procurement of goods, or for making payments under collection documents, or by making advance payment against pro forma invoice, provided that the goods are of a nature that the borrower is authorized to deal in as per its existing valid trade license. In the light of that provision, or anyway, did you have any reason to question that the invoices from Rito and Clamar fell outside the terms of the facility?
No, not at all, because since the facility, TR facility itself is binding that there is by making an advance payment against the pro forma invoice for the purchase of the goods and the goods of a nature that the borrower is authorized to deal with.
Finally, you were asked by Mr. Dirty this morning whether the bank took the view that the fourth payment, which of course was the one that alerted you to the possibility of fraud, whether the bank considered that the fourth payment fell outside the facility. And I wasn't quite clear what your answer to that was. Can you just consider that question again, please, and give your answer?
It was within the purview of the facility agreement. Only the question has raised because since the payment has been executed one day earlier for the same amount, for the same value, for the same beneficiary, so that given a red flag, and it was being flagged up by the operational person.
Thank you. That concludes my re-examination.
Yes, thank you. Gentlemen, is there any reason why Mr. Jatinder should not be excused as a witness?
No, Your Honour, I don't think so.
Thank you, Mr. Jatinder, for your assistance. You are excused as a witness.
Thank you so much, Your Honour, for giving me an opportunity to speak from India, sir.
Thank you. I now ask for Mr. Prasenjit Shi to give evidence. And I think he is on the call, but just needs to switch on his video and take the place of the witness.
Very good afternoon, Your Honor. A very good afternoon to Mr. Doherty and Mr. Duckworth. Am I audible?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yes, well, you probably have had the system explained to you. The court officer will ask you to take an oath or an affirmation to tell the truth. You'll then be asked to identify and adopt your witness statements. Mr. Duckworth will ask you that. And then Mr. Doherty will ask you questions. All right?
Yes, sir. Noted.
Thank you. Alia, would you mind swearing the witness, please?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Mr. Shi, could you please state your full name and address?
My name is Prasenjit Shi, and my address will be Unit 208-210, Gate Village 10, DIFC, Dubai, UAE.
Thank you. And can you confirm whether you would like to swear an oath or if you prefer an affirmation?
Affirmation is okay?
Please repeat after me.
Yes.
I sincerely and truly declare
I sincerely and truly declare
and affirm
and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duckworth.
Mr. Shi, do you have access to the electronic bundles in this case?
Yes, sir, I do have.
Thank you. Can you find bundle C and turn to page 69, please?
C69. Yes, sir. I'm there.
Thank you. Is this your witness statement? I think it's your first witness statement.
Yes, sir, that's mine.
And do you make it in your capacity as compliance officer and money laundering reporting officer of the UBI?
That's correct.
Thank you. Could you go to the last page of this document, which is C84 rather.
Yes, sir. I'm there.
Is that your signature at the foot of the page?
Yes, that's my signature.
Thank you. Can you now turn to page C179?
Yes, sir. I'm
Is
there.
this your second witness statement and your reply to the first witness statement of Mr. Girish Agarwal?
Yes, sir, that's true.
Now, if you could move on to page C220, please.
Yes, sir.
Is that your signature again?
Yes, that's my signature.
Finally, would you go to page C223?
Yes, sir.
This is your third witness statement and the first, in reply to the first statement of Ms. Kinga Kurachova.
Yes, that's correct.
Go to the final page of this document, please, on page C235.
Yes, I'm there, sir.
Again, is that your signature?
Yes, sir, that's my signature.
Those are your three statements in this case. You confirm that you've given those statements truthfully to the best of your knowledge and information.
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Doherty will now ask you questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty.
Thank you. Good afternoon, I think it is where you are, Mr. Shi.
Good afternoon, sir.
In your statement, you explained that you're currently the compliance officer and money laundering reporting officer at UBI and have been since January 2019. So that would have been at the time of the fraudulent transactions in this case, presumably.
That's correct.
Yeah. And before that, I think you were the head of operations.
Yes.
And I think you said that you started in that role in November 2017. Can I take it from that you weren't employed by the DIFC branch of UBI before November 2017?
No, I was not there before November 2017, over a year. But yes, I was working with Union Bank of India back in India.
Yeah. So, for example, for some of the things you said out at Section A of your statement, which I think refers to documents about the account opening and so on, you weren't in the DIFC branch at that stage. That's presumably just based on your review of the documents.
Yes.
Okay. I won't ask you about the detail of those agreements, but I think there are a few points probably we need to draw your attention to before I ask you questions in some other areas. So if I can ask you to first of all look at page H6. And I don't know if you've had much of a play around with the document system, but if you look on the left-hand side.
H6, I'm at the account opening form.
Yes, perfect. All right. Yes, quite right. What you find there is the account opening form for Aegis Resources on the 9th of February 2017. And if you go to the next page, we see filled out, so it's 5 rows down under principal activities with trade license details, if any. Do you see that?
Yes, sir, I do.
So there we have the trade license number, and what it says is coal and firewood trading, raw materials trading, metal ores trading, sand, gravel and stones trading, marble and natural stones trading, yes?
Yes.
So we know from this account opening form what Aegis is authorised under its trade license to do.
Exactly.
Yeah. And we can see then if we go a few rows further down, destination of payments, utilisation of funds, and you should see reference to UAE, Oman, Thailand, Singapore, Hong Kong, Indonesia and South Africa. So we see the list of countries that Aegis are operating in.
Yes. Yes.
Would you agree with me that there's no reference in the account opening form or to the details provided about the trade license that refer to mining or mining operations?
No, trade license doesn't mention mining operations.
No. And the next document I want you to look at is H37.
H37?
Yes. Where hopefully you should find it's a contract document. It's part of the 2017 facility agreement setting out the general terms and conditions. And you'll see there's a clause 4.2a, which says that any advance under the TR facility shall be utilised for imports, for local purchase, the letters of credit for making payment to suppliers, for procurement of goods, and then it goes on at the end to say that provided that the goods are of a nature that the borrower is authorised to deal in as per its existing and valid trade licence. So what that means, isn't it, is that the facility is limited to the trading of materials, which we've just looked at on Aegis trade license.
Okay, yes, but it's utilized for import, local purchase and letter of credit for making to suppliers for procurement of goods. That's also mentioned.
Yeah.
For procurement goods, that means like your products, the products Aegis deals in are all natural resources, and that's procured only by the method of mining. So procurement of goods is also mentioned. Yeah,
so the procurement of goods from the trade license, the goods we've seen referenced there are, I can repeat them again, coal and firewood, raw materials, metal ores, sand, gravel, stones, marble, natural stones.
Yes.
Those are the goods.
Yes.
Yeah. And if we go to H95.
H95, just a minute, sir.
Hopefully you should find there an extract from a supplemental agreement that was entered into on the 20th of June 2018.
Okay.
So supplemental to the facility agreement. Do you have the page?
Yes, I do have.
And if you look at clause 4, it says that the borrower and lender agree that the renewed facility shall be utilised for the supply of any goods and services for the manufacturing of steel to JSW Steel Limited India.
Yes, I completely agree.
Yeah, so we know then that the facility's usage is limited to the supply of goods and services used in the manufacture of steel to JSW, Aegis client.
Yes.
Yeah. So what I would suggest to you is, based on those documents that we briefly looked at, is that UBI would have known in operating this facility what Aegis was trading in. They knew who its only customer was and what they did, and it also knew where Aegis was undertaking business.
Yes.
In the next section of your witness statement, you come on to describe the payment process, and you give evidence on how transactions are verified. So at paragraphs 11 to 14, You describe the steps that are typically undertaken in order to verify. So the first thing you say, paragraph 11, is that a payment request, when it's received, will be examined and analysed by the operations team. So that's the first step, yes?
Yes.
And I think what you're saying here is that for every transaction that comes in, the bank is effectively performing a substantive review and analysis of that payment request.
Yes, we do.
Yeah. And you say that the payment requests are sent to the operations assistant and head. So would that mean that both those members of the operations team would be looking at those documents?
Yes.
And the process you then describe is that it's a review not only of the payment request, but you say that it's a review of the documents attached to the payment request in paragraph 13. So we're going to look at whatever is sent in support as well.
Yes. Which page are you referring to, sir? Can you please tell me?
This is all in your witness statement from paragraphs 11 to 14. And this is just so I can get an understanding of what you say the process was. And what you then say, as I understand it, is that once it's been reviewed by the operations team, it's forwarded together with the documents to compliance. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So compliance team will undertake then its own separate review of the payment request. And
yes, based on the documents provided by the operations team.
Yeah, so that will be the pro forma, the invoice, and whatever other supporting documents are included.
Yes, absolutely. That depends upon transaction to transaction.
Yeah. And then in paragraph 13, what you say is that the defendant would further verify the authenticity of the payment request by not only looking at the payment form, but copies of the commercial invoices and the signatures recorded therein. So one of the things that you say operations or compliance, or indeed both, specifically look at is the signatures in the payment requests and the invoices.
Payment, yes, signature on the payment request and the invoice, yes.
Jumping forward a little bit in your statement to paragraph 23, you say that the bank determines whether a payment request is in compliance with the terms and conditions of the facility, which has been provided to the claimant, by verifying the purpose of the transaction, the beneficiary, and the country the beneficiary is incorporated in. So that means that operations and compliance will both specifically look at the stated utilization of funds in the payment request.
Yes.
And they'll also look at who the beneficiary is stated as being.
Yes, because we need to ensure that the transaction is as per the request, whether there is a difference in the request, whether the price is correct, whether the countries who are involved in the transaction are all good to go, or there are some FATF restrictions or some ML regulations, some sanctions or UN sanctions, OFAC sanctions. So we do consider all these things. There are multiple things starting from the product risk, we have the geographical risk, we have everything. Like there might be products which are dealt in two different types. So we need to check all those things categorically, that everything is well and good to go for the transaction. And we obtain some diligence checks also at our end. We have a platform, and based on that, we take a decision whether that's good to go or not.
Yeah. So we're looking, I think, from what you said there, not only at the beneficiary, but it's also where the beneficiary is based.
Yes, of course, of course.
And given that we know that you're looking at whether or not the payment request falls within the terms of the facility, presumably it naturally follows from that if the payment request were to fall outside the use of the facility, then it wouldn't be processed.
Of course, yes.
Yeah. And for example, if there were any abnormalities flagged by compliance or operations with the beneficiary or the location of the beneficiary, then the transaction also would not be processed.
Yes.
And I think you've touched it on already. You come on at paragraph 27 to say the defendant would make a comparison between the prices of goods or services mentioned in the commercial invoice with information that was available in the public domain. So that sounds like, to me, it involves analysis of the goods that are actually being purchased, so their quantities, their price, and then you take that information.
Yes,
publicly
Yes.
available information.
That's to avoid over invoicing or under invoicing on the this thing on the invoices. So that's a normal AML practice we follow.
Yeah. So presumably, if the documents didn't have enough information or it didn't detail any of that, you would need to seek clarification to find out what's this money being applied to.
Sorry, I didn't get it. Can you please come again?
Well, so the normal process is to check the prices to make sure, for AML purposes, it's not overvalued or undervalued.
Yes, of course.
If an invoice doesn't contain any details or a breakdown of unit prices or what's being
Yes,
purchased.
we do. In fact, I can recollect a conversation with Mr. Agarwal only regarding price of limestone one evening regarding one transaction.
Okay, so there's been examples in the past where you've seen an invoice for limestone and you've had to query it because something about the price perhaps didn't
Yes,
quite.
there was a difference in the price as I was getting and the invoice price. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Right. I see. At paragraph 28, you also say that bills of lading would be checked to see if a vessel is sanctioned or under regulatory prohibitions, and you'd also track it on the shipping line's website.
Okay. Now, typically, bill of ladings are of two kinds. One will be a shipping lining vessel where we get the tracking. We have Maersk, we have Costco, we have big shipping lines who provides the online tracking facility. We do that tracking from their website. And we have chartered BLs also, chartered ships, which Aegis normally use. There's a difference between the chartered vessel and the shipping line vessel. So chartered vessels cannot be tracked online. And regarding the vessels, yes, we do a check on the vessels because often vessels are embargoed because of supplying goods to prohibited geographical areas or might be dealing in something which is like narcotics or contrabands. So all those vessels are embargoed and those are flagged as well. So we do a check on the ports, we do a check on the vessels and the shipping line as well. But in case of chartered BLs, we don't get a tracking.
So given the business that Aegis is engaged in and the volume of transactions coming through and the type of transactions coming through, presumably then whatever information was set out in the bills of lading sent by Aegis would be checked by compliance or operations or both.
Yes.
So it sounds to me as though what you're describing is a reasonably rigorous process. You don't seem to be suggesting at all that the bank can simply check the payment request to see that it's come from an authorized email address and then simply go on to process the transaction without any further questions.
No, we have a set of checks which perform on transactions. And I like to repeat that the checks differs from transaction to transaction based on that particular transaction. All the transaction doesn't require the same amount of checks. Suppose I find something to do with Cuba or Iran or North Korea, definitely I'll jump on it and I'll do much more checks. When I find a transaction related to Switzerland or London, I'll not do that much of checks because of the geographical risk that carries Cuba with Cuba and all. Suppose I'm dealing in iron, then I'll not go for that much of checks. But if yes, a particular invoice is getting ammonium nitrate in there, then I'll definitely do further checks. So actually, it depends on a lot of factors how much checks we are putting in.
Well, it depends presumably on the line of inquiry that you're set on. So if you get a payment request and an invoice and a bill of lading, and you look at it and you review it and analyze it as you say you do in your witness statement, if you spot something that seems off or suspicious, you'll then investigate it further.
Yes.
Yeah, but you won't simply just check who the email has come from and process the transaction so long as the correct email address is there.
No, not at all. Like I like to take into account the FATF recommendations on this. We don't actually apply the tick box approach that we have just this tick and we perform the transaction. We don't do that way. Everything depends upon the particular transaction. Every transaction is different, so we perform checks accordingly.
Yeah.
So one transaction we might be very light, and one transaction we can be very harsh as well.
Yeah, but what it sounds like you're doing, at least for each transaction, is a substantive review of the documents.
Yes, of course we are doing.
Yeah, and so coming back to the fact that if there were things that were spotted, it might put staff on a line of inquiry. So, for example, if a document was found to be missing, the bank presumably would flag that to the customer.
Documents missing in the sensor?
Well, let's say you get a pro forma payment request and it doesn't attach any supporting documents.
No, actually, again, that depends upon the facility. And what kind of transaction is it?
Yeah, but so if you just had an email or even a fax that said, please pay this amount to this party, and no one sent you an invoice or a bill of lading or anything like that, presumably.
Of course, without invoice or without having a specific reason for sending the amount, we won't remit any funds.
Yeah, and we can see some examples, I think, of that happening in the past. So if you look at bundle E at page 285.
E285.
Which should be towards the very bottom of the first tab.
Yes, I can see an email from my email address.
Yes, so this is an example where precisely this has happened, isn't it? So we've got an email from you to Ms. Kurazova and Mr. Agarwal saying, we require for the invoice of the goods that were shipped on this particular vessel, MV Jayagropa, also let us know what the source of payment for the goods shipped is. We shall be able to process your request after receipt of.
Yes, because probably I don't recollect the entire episode, but from the email, what I can infer is that probably they have just sent a request to remit funds on which I have asked for the invoice.
Yeah. So if a document that you would expect to be there is missing, what you'll do by the sound of this is put the request on hold until you've got clarification of that.
Yes.
And then
if it's a red flag, of course, we need to get the answers.
Yeah. And so similarly, if we go to bundle H, page 170. If you can let me know when you find that.
H170, yes, I'm there, sir.
So this is your one of your colleagues or one of your former colleagues in operations.
Mr. Sebastian.
But here we have something similar, which is please provide the commercial invoice to proceed with the transaction. So it's been identified that there's a document missing and it's being requested.
Yes, of course, because like again, I can infer from the email that Aegis has sent a request to us only to remit the funds. They didn't attach the invoice. Like had that happened in my tenure when I was heading the operations. This is dated 28th of May 2019. I moved to compliance at that point of time. Perhaps that same thing has happened again.
Yeah,
they have just sent a request without the invoice.
Yeah, and then if you go similarly to 136 with this same bundle.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so this would suggest that it's not just invoices that potentially can raise issues. So this is from Mr. Trivedi. Dear sir, in bill of lading attached, nowhere is the name of K-Line, who I think is the shipping provider mentioned. Please, can you clarify? So here we've got someone has looked at the bill of lading. They've seen that one of the parties to an invoice isn't mentioned on it, and they've sought clarification because that had alerted them to perhaps there's something wrong here.
So I believe K-Line is the shipping line over here they're talking about. I need to check the actual BL to know why this has been asked. I can't recollect why this mail has been sent, but as per the mail, yes, of course, it's sent by the head of operations to Mr. Agarwal and their staff members. It's a query regarding the BL. Yes.
Yeah. So they've been set on a line of inquiry and they've therefore sought to clarify it with the client before processing the payment.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. At paragraph 16 of your statement, you also address one of the issues in the proceedings, which is regarding the provision of Dun & Bradstreet reports. And what you say about that is that it's not a mandatory requirement, and that sometimes a letter of undertaking for submission of those reports by the claimant at a later stage would be obtained so that the transaction then wouldn't be delayed. With that in mind, I just wanted to refer you to a couple of documents in the e-bundle. First, at page E286.
E286.
Yes.
Yes, so I can see an email.
Yeah, so this is an email from you. Please
Yes.
provide us with the DNB report of Steven Rock and Oldendorf carriers so that the TR request can be processed. Then you say that there's a requirement for transactions over $100,000.
Yes,
DNB report.
I've sent the mail.
Yeah, so really the point of this is that we have an email being sent requesting a DNB report before the transaction is processed.
Yes.
And if you scroll down 4 pages to E290,
E290, I'm there.
this is another email from you.
Yes.
It says something pretty similar, which is, in reference to your payment request, we couldn't find any information on the beneficiary in a public domain. Please note the DNB report credit reports of the beneficiary is required for any invoice payment above $100,000. You're requested to provide us with the same as they're required for compliance regulations. This will enable us to process your payment. So again, we get an email to Aegis before the transaction is processed saying, please provide us with the DNB report.
Yes, it's not specifically DNB report, it's a credit report we are mentioning too. Why it's called being DNB report? Because that's more famous, and in this part of the world, DNB, we get DNB reports very easily. Actually, that also depends on the geographical location of the client. For other clients, we get credit reports from other institutions as well. We have other institutions which provide credit reports, but as in this part of the world, we get the DNB report easily, so we talk about the DNB report, but it can be any credit report. Yes.
Yeah, but it's a credit report, isn't it? I think we've just heard some evidence on this from Mr. Manoram, and he was describing some of the things that one can expect to see in a DNB report. And
yes.
I mean, for example, you can see it on a relatively simple Google search of what these look like, but it's things like credit scores.
Yes, it actually it's
something like experience, eh?
May I?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, like credit report actually shows the financial soundness of that particular beneficiary, so that that beneficiary is actually having that much of a business, whether they can supply the goods and all. And moreover, we need to analyze whether if that particular like we get other informations like their sales, their purchases, how are they flaring up. We get other information like the number of staffs they have, and where are they located, and when it was formed, who are the directors of the company, whether there are any defaults, like bank defaults, how's the payment system going on in a particular company. And that also depends actually on the geographical location. Suppose if you get a DNB report of a UAE company located in UAE, probably you won't get much information because they don't disclose it to DNB. So we obtain credit reports, but it's of not much use as it depends on the company whether they want to disclose this or not.
Yeah.
So we do get substantial information in DNB reports if the information is being provided by the company to the DNB.
Yeah. So effectively what it sounds like, it's got a little bit of detail to it. It's credit scores, it's how long the business has been around, it's how many employees it's got. If you've got the information, it names its principals, what line of business it's in, and so on. And that seems to be consistent with what Mr. Manoram told us.
Hang on a second. Long and rambling questions seem to be producing long and rambling answers. A good start would be concise questions, which I hope will lead to concise answers.
Of course, Your Honour. So what you've described is reasonably detailed. Can I ask you to look at page 628? E628, that is.
Yes, sir, I'm there.
This is an example of a world check report.
E628.
E628.
Just a minute. I've landed in some other page. Just a minute. There are multiple E268. Yes.
So perhaps if I can help.
No, there are actually 13 results if we search, that's why.
Pardon?
There are 13 results if I search by E628.
If you scroll to the bottom one is most likely to be the correct one, I think, on searches. I assume you're using the find function on the platform.
Yes, sir.
It might be easier if we just find this one manually because I don't think that it shows up in the search in the same way. But if you go to the drop down list on the left and you go to E, and then you go to tab 3.
Tab 3 and E. So tab 3 starts with E592.
Yes, and then if you scroll down about a quarter of the way, maybe just less than a quarter of the way, down the scroll bar.
Okay, which page number, sir? Can you please tell me again?
628. So
okay,
in this,
I'm there. I'm there.
So this is a world check report.
Yes.
And we can see a name search for Rito, which is the first fraudulent payment request recipient. And we just see it says there are no entries matching the search criteria over the page. There are no entries matching the search criteria. And then over the page, we have reference to what appear to be a number of corporate entities or individuals. Now, this isn't a credit report, is it?
No, it's a world check report.
No. So a world check report isn't a replacement for a D&B credit report?
No.
Okay. Coming back to what you say about D&B reports, could I ask you to look at page 303 of Bundle E?
E303.
And so what, as you're looking for that, you say paragraph 16 is that sometimes...
Just a minute.
Yeah, of course.
E303. E303, that's a mail copy, sir.
Yeah, so it's a copy of an email.
Yes.
The first one is sent by Priyanka Sijesh, and there's a response that we have from Ms. Kursova.
Yes.
So what you've said in your statement is sometimes a letter of undertaking for a submission of a credit report would be given, so it would be provided at a later stage, so the transaction wouldn't be delayed. As just we look at that email, that seems to be in accordance with your description. So we've got the first email is, we're making the payment today, kindly arrange to send us the D&B report. And the response to that email is, thank you for the email, please note we'll provide in due course.
Yes.
So this is an example of the company being requested for the report before the transaction's processed, but saying we will provide it in due course.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to move on to a slightly different area, which is some of the bank's policies and procedures. Now, you've obviously described the process that was undertaken to conduct due diligence and review payment requests by the operations and compliance team. Of course, you're the compliance officer and money laundering reporting officer now. So with that in mind, it might be helpful if I could ask you to look at page E342.
Yes, sir.
Where hopefully you should find the DIFC branch of UBI's own policy on compliance AML and combating financing and terrorism for
Yes.
2018 and 2019. So this is during the period that's relevant to this dispute.
Yes, sir.
It's right, as that you refer in your statement, it's at the end, I think paragraphs 72 and 73, to training that you have undertaken in relation to anti-money laundering, but also trade-based money laundering.
Yes.
And I understand that the evidence UBI has provided to the court is that other members of staff were also given training rather than just you as the money laundering reporting
Yes,
officer.
of course. It's a policy of DFSA.
Yeah, and so presumably that sort of training is intended to inform the actions of, amongst others, the compliance team and the operation team when they're carrying out their reviews of payment requests.
Yes.
Yeah. Could you look at page 397, which is part of this document?
Yes, sir.
So 7.3 here refers to practices to prevent trade-based money laundering. So it sets out what the bank's policies are on some of these issues. And if you look at paragraph 7.3.2, what it suggests is that online verification of documents and details in documents form an important part of the due diligence process. Bills of lading issued by various shipping companies can be checked online. Container and ship tracking is used to confirm if the shipment is actually taking place. And we can see there in the last sentence, do you agree that this is suggested to have been a mandatory requirement for the DIFC branch?
Yes.
And you provided evidence on what the normal process was as regards some of those checks by the compliance and operations team. But would you agree that when it came to the fraudulent payment requests in this case, your evidence suggests that the only searches that were performed were world check searches?
Yes.
Would you also agree that neither you nor anybody else from UBI ever sought to request copies of bills of lading in respect of those requests so that there could be some kind of online verification as is referred to in this policy?
So I'd like to point out two things. First of all, in case of Aegis, there is always a chartered party bill of lading, which is never tracked. It cannot be tracked. And secondly, the reto is the mining operation is a service. For service, you don't get bill of ladings. You get bill of ladings only when the goods are being shipped. So it's necessarily associated with goods, not with services. Services are consumed there itself, and goods are shipped. So in case of services, you don't get BL copies.
Okay, well, perhaps to put some of that evidence in context, if you could go over the page, I'll show you some more of what the bank's policy says. So at 398, we have a list of red flag indicators. So this is a list of a number of instances where it says red flagging is required. So presumably you would agree that when conducting a review of payment requests, the operations and compliance team ought to be alert to these sorts of things set out in the policy.
Yes, of course.
So, for example, 7.3.31 sub paragraph 1 refers to instances where the beneficiary refuses to provide evidence to prove the shipment of goods. So presumably that would include a failure to provide a bill of lading or any details about how goods that were purchased were actually going to be delivered.
Yes, if it's required, if it's required, yes, we will ask for it, and they have to provide it with us with that.
And if you go over the page to 399.
Yes, sir.
Under payment red flags, we have things like presumably being more diligent when a party to a transaction is a shell company. That's at little Roman numeral 6.
Which point are you? 7.3.3.3?
7.3.3.2 at the very top of the page, where a party to a transaction is a shell company.
Yes.
Or immediately below that, where an approach from a previously unknown party whose identity is not clear,
Yes.
or under 7.3.3.37, one should be alert where there's what it says is an unusual trigger. So there's an unusual trigger point for the payment, for example, before goods are shipped with no documentation provided.
Before goods are shipped, we do make payments for before goods are shipped. That's not unusual, sir. That's a normal course of business.
Well, I would suggest to use that in the context of a business where one is dealing in commodities trading where the goods are always being shipped and bills of lading have always been provided. There might be an unusual trigger point where that to change and payment was being requested before the shipment of goods.
So it's a service thing. It's related to service. There will be no shipment for the service.
And if we go on in the same policy documents to 406.
406. Yes, sir. I'm there.
So this sets out the bank's policy on suspicious activity reporting.
Yes.
And from paragraph 10.4, there are a list of examples of suspicious activity. So again, similar to the red flags, presumably members of the compliance and the operations team would be expected to be alert to some of these.
Yes.
So, for example, if we look over the page at 407, starting from bullet point 9 onwards.
Yes, sir.
Things that you should be looking out for include where transactions have no apparent purpose and make no obvious economic sense. At 10, it says where transactions requested by a client without reasonable explanation, which are out of the ordinary range of services normally requested, or outside the experience of the UBI DIFC branch in relation to a particular client. Do you see that?
Yes, sir, I do see that.
And then at 11, it suggests that suspicious activity would include where a transaction is out of line with any pattern that has previously emerged. See that?
Yes, I do see that.
Would you agree with me that if any of this sort of suspicious activity or any of these red flags had been spotted by the operations or compliance team when it's undertaking its substantive review of the documents to a transaction, that either it would seek clarification of that issue and or it would stop processing the payment until that clarification was provided?
If there is a red flag we observe, then of course we'll stop the transaction and we'll go for further queries or clarifications. And if there is also a policy, if we believe that might be tipping off, then of course we'll take some other course of action.
Yeah. So the point is, if one of these sorts of suspicions has been triggered, you shouldn't send the payment out.
Sorry, sir.
If you've had one of these suspicions, or if you think there may be a red flag, the default would be you don't send the payment.
No. If we observe a red flag, we don't.
Could I then ask you to look at page 1419?
1419E?
Yes.
E1419.
And so this is in the context of what you refer to in your statement as being training.
Yes, sir.
Training in trade-based money laundering.
Yes, sir.
That other members of staff would have training as well. So this is a presentation on trade-based money laundering.
Yes,
and if you go to page 1441,
sir. 1441. 1441. Yes, sir. Red flags.
Yeah, so this is a slide titled Red Flags, and this almost seems to set out a flow chart for what you should be looking out for. So it's advance for export without justification, and then the second one, so right at the beginning of that, is diversion from an existing line of business. So what that's suggesting is that if a transaction is a diversion from an existing line of business, that would be a red flag.
Yes.
And then over the page at 1442, we have a more detailed list of different categories of red flags and different types of red flags underneath that.
Yes.
So, for example, the first one repeats what we've seen before. Customers' transactions are not in line with his business activities. Do you see that right at the top?
Yes, I do see.
Customer transactions are inconsistent with his past transaction pattern, just below that.
Yes, sir.
If you go 2 down from there, we've got aggressive contact or pressure from the customer.
Yes.
And then if we go to, for example, the document red flags, I think it's the 5th one down, we are referred to either refusals to provide proof of shipment of goods or incomplete or no details provided in relation to bills of lading.
I see that.
Yeah. So again, presumably based on this training, if a member of staff identifies one of these red flags, it will raise it.
Yes, of course. If we observe any of them, we'll definitely raise a suspicion.
Can I then ask you to turn to page 1294 of Bundle E?
1294.
So the documents we've looked at so far have given us some indication of what the bank ought to have been doing as part of its due diligence procedures.
1294 is an audit report?
Yes, and so what this will tell us is perhaps a little more about the unfortunate reality of it. So we've got 15th of December 2019 report, so obviously it's an audit, it's looking backwards.
Yes.
Towards the period of time when these transactions and these proceedings took place.
Yes.
If we jump forward 2 pages to 1296, we can see
Yes.
a table which is setting out the numerous findings of this audit. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So for example, starting in the first page, medium risk, bullet
Yes.
point, screening and transaction monitoring process, not mentioned, explained in detail in the AML policy. If we go over the page, we find various high-risk findings with respect to client files. Do you see that?
Yes.
So, for example, it
do.
says at 1, enhanced due diligence not performed for correspondent banking arrangements.
Yes. There's a different reason for that. Yes.
Bullet point 2, we've observed there's no true copy or original cited and verified stamp on KYC documents.
Yes.
4, there appear to be some issues with trade licenses being expired or missing. Do you see that?
Yes.
At 5, medium risk screening reports are flagged as being an issue. And then if we continue over the page, we find the section that's perhaps most relevant to this dispute. So 1298, we've got buyer's credit and trade-related transactions.
Yes.
Number 1, high risk for immediate action. Pro forma invoice collected, original bill of lading not collected in some scenarios. Yeah.
Yes, I do see that.
2, screening is not performed for all of the parties in a transaction. See that? High risk.
Yes, I do see.
Bullet point 3, price check not performed, and if performed, for identifying over invoicing and under invoicing variation percentage of the breach is not fixed or defined. So
Yes.
price checking defined to be wanting.
Yes.
And then if we go over to some of the systemic problems, the page 1299,
Yes.
there appears to be some criticism of the systems that the defendant bank is using. So here it says, we have observed there's no real-time screening implemented, and all parties to a transaction are screened manually in WorldCheck. No screening logs available. So this seems to be drawing some criticism on the fact that the bank's screening system involves largely a manual.
WorldCheck is a standalone system. It cannot be linked to our core system because the primary problem is that our bank, or probably all the banks, work on intranet facility, and the WorldCheck is available on the internet. So in order to control our own network, we work on a closed network, which is known as intranet. So in case of intranet, we cannot link it to our intranet site. Then it will allow probably some hackers or some intruders to get into our system, which can be very bad for us. So in that case, we have to do it manually.
Well, if the bank systems aren't set up to use proper and appropriate system checking procedures, that's the bank's problem, isn't it? It needs to fix that.
No, it's not like system proper. It's like we are doing it manually. We are doing it real time. Before every transaction, we do it. Like what they expect the system to do, we are doing it manually. So it's the same thing. It's only that we cannot link the outside domain into our intranet. That's because of security concern. If we let other internet to get into our intranet, then that might cause us a big blunder into our system in case of hacking or some phishing or anything like that. So in that's the only reason we keep our network very protected. We don't let other internet sites get access to our intranet.
Okay, well, what I would suggest to you is that this audit report shows is that at the time these transactions were processed, whatever you may say in your evidence that the due diligence process was, and whatever the policies may say, there are some notable and serious due diligence failures observed by the bank at this period of time.
You need to then check the replies of the branch as well. Screening is not performed. And now if I'm referring to page number E1298, point number 2, which is considered as high risk, the reply by the bank is provided. Suppose I am making a payment to Prosenjit Shi today, doing a WorldCheck. It's not necessary that I do it again tomorrow when you are picking a payment, because today I have checked for Prosenjit Shi. So I expect that today and tomorrow the reports will remain the same. So that's what we mentioned over here. There are regular beneficiaries whose screening is conducted on a weekly basis. So we do a screening, but after that, after this observation, we have started doing it on a daily basis. If you're doing 2 transactions on 2 different days, alternate days, we are doing it. Next day also we are doing it. The logic behind that was, suppose I'm doing a transaction today and I'm doing the same transaction day after. We don't take the WorldCheck because I screened the same customer yesterday only. So that's the reason.
If we then look at your auditor's response to that, their view, I'm afraid, is that that's not good enough. They say, we recommend the screening to be done on all parties at the time of the transaction, irrespective of whether it's a regular customer or not.
That's what I said, sir. We have started doing it regularly, as per the audit report.
Okay. I'm going to come on with you to look at some history with payment requests and then go on to the fraudulent payment requests themselves. Your Honour, I haven't been keeping a clear eye on the time. I don't know when you'd envisaged breaking or not, but I'll be led by you about when you want to do that and whether it's sensible for me to move on to a new topic.
If you can deal with a topic for another 10 or 15 minutes, and then we'll take the break. Okay,
I think I can do that. As I say, I'm going to ask you some questions about the fraudulent payment requests, but first, to put that as briefly as I can into a little bit of context, I want to take you to one of the legitimate payment requests made by Aegis during the course of its business with UBI. And there are a number of these throughout the bundle. I'm only going to take you to one in light of time, but if you can go to page 113 of bundle H.
H113. Yes, I'm there.
What you will find there is a pro forma payment request in respect of a transaction with the beneficiary Steven Rock. So this is the 24th of January 2019.
I'm there in H113. That's a payment request.
Yes. And so do you see, if you look at the name and address of the beneficiary, it says Steven Rock LLC, Ras Al Khaimah.
UAE.
Purpose of the remittance, payment of invoice number 18 sales 2064. Do you see it?
Yes, I do see it.
Okay. So just pausing there on purpose of the remittance, payment of invoice number X. I suggest to you that that section was always filled out in a consistent way by Aegis. So either it would have said payment of invoice number, or it would have said payment of freight invoice. Do you agree with that?
Not necessarily, because that's not materially important for a bank. What you mentioned over there, purpose of remittance, because I know what's the purpose of remittance is. I can see the invoice. I have the payment instruction from you. So that's not materially important for the bank at all. What the customer has mentioned as purpose of remittance, because I know what's the purpose of remittance. I have the supporting document. So that might be the same throughout, or that might be different as well. But I am not sure about it. I believe there might be some other things filled over there as well.
Sure. Well, it sounds like your evidence is you don't necessarily disagree, but you don't agree that the bank would need to look at that as being important.
Yes, because that's a normal thing you were mentioning to me why you're paying it, but I have the documents with me. I know why you're paying it. So that's a payment of invoice. See, that's something which the customer mentions on his own. That's not any regulation or something that you have to mention this.
Yeah. So let's look at the document then, which is H115, so 2 pages on.
H115. Yes, I'm there, sir.
Where we can see the invoice put together by Steven Rock. We can see on the right-hand side of the page that it relates to the same invoice number that was referred to on the pro forma.
That's the payment. That's not the pro forma, sir. That's the payment request you're referring to?
Yes. So the payment request form said it's payment for invoice 18 sales 2064 and 2065, and this shows us that this is the corresponding invoice.
Correct. Yes.
So what I suggest is we can see a number of details in this sort of invoice that one might expect. So, for example, can you see under the commercial invoice heading on the right-hand side, we've got a name of the ship.
Name of the shipper.
Yeah, ship name, MVTR Prince.
Yes, I can see that.
Yeah, we've got reference there to notify party, JSW Steel. So they're the party who need to be contacted when the shipment arrives.
Yes.
In the description of goods and services, we can see that this is purchase of a quantity of dolomite. We can see how much the quantity is, and we can see the unit price in dollars and the total price. Yes?
Yes, I do see that.
We can see reference to, I think, some of the underlying contractual documents. So the purchase order is just below that.
Yes.
Setting out the price, mode of transport. We then see things like origin of goods, the vessel again, and the corresponding bill of lading numbers. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
And we see the loading port and the discharge ports. So loading in Ras Al Khaimah and discharge in Mumbai.
Yes, I can see that.
And then at the top right of the page, we can see the contact details for the beneficiaries. We've got their address, telephone number, fax, email, website, and their banking details. Yes?
Yes, I can see that.
So what I would suggest we can see straight away is that this is an invoice for business activity falling within the scope of Aegis trade license. Yes, it's the purchase of a quantity of dolomite.
Yes.
We can also see straight away, can't we, that there is a reference to JSW Steel and that this is therefore consistent with the facility's permitted use.
Yes.
We can also see a few other things. So, for example, the fact that we've got a shipment from UAE, or from the UAE and Iraq to Mumbai. We know that those are both jurisdictions in which Aegis is doing business, because they told us that in their account opening form.
Yes.
And then we have reference to other metrics which can be objectively checked and verified. So things like the quantity of dolomite. We can check the price of dolomite and so on to see if those stack up when compared with publicly available information.
We cannot check the quantity of the dolomite. Yes, we can check the price.
Yeah. And then if we go on to page 117.
Yes.
It's the beginning of a chain of other documents, but what you'll find there are the further attachments, which are the bills of lading for these shipments. And we can see some of the similar details set out in there. So we can see shipper, Steven Rock. We can see the notify address is JSW. We've got the vessel, port of loading, discharge, goods, weight.
Yes, I can see that.
So again, this is further evidence, isn't it, that this transaction is something which falls within the scope of what Aegis was permitted to draw on the facility for.
Yes.
Now, I've drawn your attention to the vessel name, so MVTR Prince. Can you hold that at the back of your mind and turn to page 102?
H102.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, I'm there. It's an Excel sheet.
Yeah, so this is a spreadsheet that was prepared by Miss Kurtzova at Aegis,
Yes.
setting out details of particular transactions. And if you go and look at row 38 of this transaction, what you should hopefully find is a transaction.
Steven Rock, TR Prince.
Yeah, 24th of January. So it's the same transaction we've just looked at.
Okay.
And if you can scroll across, we find the way in which that transaction was communicated to the bank.
Okay.
So looking at that, it's right, isn't it, that the transaction was communicated in an email from Aegis to UBI, it was faxed, a confirmation phone call was made, and then the original documents were provided.
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. The court has already seen quite a number of other similar invoices and similar payment requests, and I'm not going to take you to all of those. What I instead propose to do is suggest to you that the series of documents that we've just looked at are fairly typical for the sorts of transactions that Aegis were conducting since the inception of this facility. And so what I'll suggest is a number of what I say are common features of those payment requests, and you can either disagree or agree with that. So first, do you agree that the pro forma, the payment request form, would always set out the purpose of remittance in the same format? So that's either payment of invoice number XX or payment of freight invoice.
No, I disagree.
Would you agree that the accompanying invoices for those transactions would always have been within the scope of Aegis trade license, and specifically it would have reflected the fact that it was the purchase and shipment of raw materials used in the manufacture of steel?
Yes, I do agree.
Yeah. And I suggest that even if there may have been some minor superficial variations between invoices, typically what we would expect in any invoice submitted is that we'd see details of the goods being purchased and shipped, unit costs for those goods, quantities, and details of ports of lading and discharge, the vessels carrying, and underlying bills of lading. Would you agree with that?
That depends.
Well, we know that Aegis was a business who was engaged exclusively in the supply of 4 products to one customer by sea. So I suggest to you that it doesn't depend. All of the invoices would show that.
No, if you're talking about Normal invoices, it depends. In case of Aegis, if it's a good shipped, then of course the quantity, the price will be mentioned. Yes.
Yeah. So I think connected to that, what I will suggest to you, and you can agree or disagree, that up until the point the fraudulent payment requests were sent, all of Aegis invoices will have been for the same thing and in this form.
All the invoices probably doesn't mention JSW Steel.
They're all for the shipment of 4 specific products used in steel manufacturing, or for the freight connected with those shipments, correct?
That was either manufacturing or freight, yes.
It's also right, isn't it, that the invoices would always be sent together with bills of lading. Do you agree with that?
Yes, when goods are shipped, of course, the bills of lading will be there.
And all of those bills of lading would have referred to JSW as the notified party.
Yes, it does. It does.
And those payment requests would be sent by fax, and typically, as well as that, by email and followed up by a telephone call. Do you agree with that?
By email, by fax, same thing.
What I suggest is that the instructions are typically sent by fax, and often we'll also find an email with it. Would you agree with that?
So again, I say it might be an email, it might be a fax, or it might be a hand-delivered document.
Okay, well, I'll put it this way. I'll suggest that up until the 30th of May 2019, there had never been a transaction that had been effected on the basis of email alone.
There has been.
I'm suggesting to you that there hasn't been, and I'm asking you whether you agree or disagree with that statement.
No, I disagree.
All right. Your Honour, that probably is a reasonably sensible place to start before my next set of questions.
Yes. All right. Now, we spoke of a longer break of about 3/4 of an hour. Is that still desirable? We could shorten it slightly if you feel there's a need for that, but if we're more or less on time, we'll continue with that.
Your Honour, I don't have any particular objection to that. The other 3 witnesses this afternoon, I anticipate to be quite a bit shorter than the first 2 witnesses.
Well, are we likely to finish all witnesses this afternoon?
It's possible, but I won't guarantee it.
All right. Well, I think we will take a 3/4 of an hour break now, and we'll resume in 3/4 of an hour and go for approximately an hour and a half after that.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yes, gentlemen, we all seem to be present. Shall we resume?
Yes, sir.
Thank
Sure.
you, Mr. I beg your pardon, Mr. Doherty.
Can I ask you to turn to page H182? That's the core bundle.
H.
H182.
H182. Yes, sir, that's an email instruction.
It's an email.
Yes.
It's this is the first fraudulent payment request. So you can see this is an email which on the following page will set out the pro forma version of that request. But the first thing I want to ask you about is if you look in the email addresses at the top of this page, we can see, can't we, in copy, 2 email accounts, accounts at aegisoverc.com, sourcing at aegisoverc.com. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Yeah, those aren't email accounts belonging to the claimant, are they?
No,
Yeah.
not registered with us. Yes.
Yeah, they're fake email accounts that do not share the same domain name, correct?
That's correct.
If we also look at the other recipients to the email, We don't find any reference anywhere, do we, to an email address, difc.dubai@unionbankofindia.com.
No, it is not supposed to go there.
And in the email heading, we can see it says payout instruction beneficiary Rido Pte Limited mining March and April. You see that?
Yes, I see that.
Rido wasn't a party that Aegis had previously transacted with, correct?
Correct.
It's also pretty unusual that it would refer to mining, isn't it? Because that's not what Aegis had previously been transacting in.
Yes.
And we can also see in the email there are two attachments. We've got an invoice and a payout instruction. Do you see that on the attachments list?
Yes, sir.
So we can see from the top of this email that there's no bill of lading attached to this payment request.
No bill of lading is attached. Yes.
So what I'll suggest to you is that even if we only look at this top section of the page and we don't turn our eyes to anything else that's been attached or set out in the body of the email, already I would suggest to you there are some pretty obvious causes for concern here.
You're talking about the CC field?
I'm talking about the CC, I'm talking about the subject heading, and I'm talking about what's contained in the attachments.
Yes, CC is suspicious because, but if you normally browse the email address of Aegis Overseas on top, admin Aegis Overseas and Aegis Overseas, if you don't look that minutely, you will miss that S. A normal read, if you read it normally, you will read it as aegisoverseas.com. And the second thing is that the subject ARD payout instruction beneficiary Reto PT Limited, that's how it has always been mentioned. Mining March plus April, mining is related to the activity of the company, of the borrower. So it's not that unusual. And the rest, this is the body of the mail we are referring to. And the body of the mail looks similar to what we have been receiving always.
Picking up on one of the points you said there, we've already looked at what the description of Aegis trade license was and what was set out in the account opening form. Mining is not part of Aegis business, is it?
Mining is not part of Aegis business, but Aegis is into goods which are mined. So you cannot remove the entire mining part from its business. And moreover, the website also shows mining. It shows trading, mining, it shows cargoes as well. Then Aegis is definitely not into the shipping business, but it's showing cargo. It does.
Can you please look at page 183?
8183. Yes, I'm there.
Mr. Doherty, before you continue, it is a matter for you, but I wonder whether what I really need to give some attention to is just what was done and in the minds of those checking it at the time, rather than looking at things now. It's a matter for you.
Yes, Your Honour. This is based on the evidence that is provided in these witnesses' statements. There is no witness who says, I reviewed this transaction on this date and this is what I thought, which is the issue.
I'm conscious of that, and that is why I am wondering whether that is something which is, will I put it at a low level, worth knowing.
Well, yes, Your Honour, I think there's probably a question about whether it's possible to know that, because of course we don't know who looked at those payment requests. The bank hasn't provided evidence on that. What we've got is the heads of operations and compliance who, as I understand it, reviewed these documents and will have seen what was there at the time.
Who reviewed it? He was the compliance officer. He is meant to have looked at it.
Yes, sure.
For you, you may not want to go into this.
Yes. Well, Mr. Chief, perhaps I can.
For all our backs by raising the subject, so I'll say no more.
Yes, Your Honour. Mr. Shi, as the compliance officer, one of your roles would have been to review these payment requests. Is that right?
Yes.
So when you're providing your evidence, it's on the basis that you've looked at this document and seen what's set out in it.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm going to say no more. That is not the point. When you have looked at it means on its face, looked at it now. Negligence is what people did or did not do at the time.
Yes, Your Honour. I'm also conscious of the more objective rather than subjective standard and the fact that it's relevant what a document on its face shows or doesn't show, and whether not only was it flagged, but whether it ought to have been flagged in light of a number of other features that we've explored with this witness, including banks' policies, standard practice, etc. That was really where the line of questioning was derived.
You take your own course.
Yes, Your Honour. Could I ask you to look at page H183?
183, I'm there.
So this is the payment request form. And I think, as I understand your evidence, and perhaps you can correct me if I'm wrong, as the compliance officer, this is something that you would have seen at the time.
This is not the signed request. This is a blank request. The page number 18.
Yeah, 185 is the signed version.
So 185 is the signed part. So that matters. The body of the mail where it has been pasted doesn't matter to me because it is not signed by the authorized signatory. What matters to me is page number 185.
Yes.
Because that's signed. Yes.
Well, let's look at 185. So this is a document which, as I understand, your evidence and the evidence we've had so far is, and we can see this on 185, it has been reviewed by operations, yes?
Yes.
And it's been reviewed by compliance, and we can see the signatures on that document indicating that that review took place.
Yes.
And are you one of the people who reviewed this document as
yes.
the officer?
Yes.
And we can see that there are a number of ticks in various places.
Yes.
Which suggests that someone has looked at these documents and decided to mark them up.
It's marked on the entire process of the transaction. When we are verifying, first of all, I need to tell you what is the system. We need to enter into a core system. Then it's getting verified. Then it's getting moved to the Swift system. In Swift system, there are 3 levels of verifications. So there are total 5 parties who are involved into this transaction, processing of this particular transaction. Apart from the checks, 5 people are working on the systems to take this transaction through. So anybody among that 5 might have ticked. Probably, I'll guess this has been done while verifying the Swift, because we key in the amount, we check the beneficiary name and everything. So anybody among all of 5 of us might have ticked this.
Yes. So what we know based on your evidence earlier about what the process was is that when this document is reviewed by you and others, you will look at, amongst other things, the name of the beneficiary, correct?
Correct.
So you will have looked at this document and seen that it says Rito PTE.
Yes, correct.
And you will have known from that that Rito was a new beneficiary that Aegis had not previously transacted with.
Correct.
And we can also see that at the top of the page, we've got the remittance amount, $826,000.
Correct.
And it appears to be that there's a mark over that. So someone has looked at this, you've looked at this, and seen that the remittance is for $826,000.
Yes.
So despite the fact that there was a new beneficiary, Rito PTE, and despite the fact that this is a transaction for $826,000, it's right, isn't it, that nobody, yourself included, decided to request a DNB report for this beneficiary?
DNB report is not necessary, as I said. We have checked taken the world check report. We have seen that the company is in existence. We have searched the ACRA as well. ACRA is the registry, company registry in Singapore. We have checked that the company is there, registered at ACRA. It's a live status. When it was incorporated, probably in 2018 or 2019, early 2019, this company was incorporated. We have checked that company is functional, it's live status. And the primary thing is that the company is situated in Singapore, which is well regulated. UOB is a good bank. It's a prime bank. It's well regulated. Singapore Monetary Authority is a good regulator as well. So there are no red flags regarding the location. The company, as we can see, the company is in live status. Singapore being a well regulated country doesn't give us that suspicion.
Okay, that was again, I don't think that was quite an answer to the question. Do you agree with me that despite the fact that it was over $100,000 and that it was a new beneficiary, it's right, isn't it, that no DNB report was requested on this occasion?
Yes, DNB report was not asked by the bank.
Now, the other thing that you've told us that the compliance and operations team will have been looking at is the purpose of the remittance. Yes?
Yes.
So when we have you and other members of the team looking at this document, they will have seen this document says payment of mining operations.
Yes.
And the members of the operations and compliance team will have also known from their previous experience with Aegis what sorts of business it was conducting and what it was licensed to conduct. Yes?
Yes.
So they will have known when they looked at that, if they did look at it, that UBI had never before received a payment request from Aegis that purported to be for mining operations.
Yes.
And when they saw that, they would have also known, or they should have known, that Aegis wasn't licensed to carry out mining operations.
But Aegis is licensed to carry, to sell the products which are taken out of mining operations.
Yes, but it's not licensed to perform mining, is it?
No.
And the other express thing that you said in your statement is that one of the ways that you will verify it is by looking at the purpose of the remittance in order to work out whether or not it's within the agreed utilization of the facility. Yes?
Yes. That can be seen from the invoice. I'll prefer to check it from the invoice, not from the purpose of the remittance from the payment request.
Okay, well, let's do as you say. Let's look at the invoice at 186.
Yes, sir.
So part of your review, you've said, is looking at the transaction to see if it falls within the permitted use of the facility. And again, we have written here March and April mining operations.
Yes.
Now, I'd suggest to you that when you read this, you and other members of the team would have known that the facility agreement was expressly limited to dealing with goods in the scope of Aegis trade license.
Goods and services.
Sorry, bear with me, Your Honour, there's a bit of background noise, but if it continues for too long, I'll... There we go. And you also will have known, when you read that the facility agreement was limited to being for the supply of goods and services to JSW Steel in India, yes?
Yes.
So given that it was part of your review to look at the purpose of the facility and make sure that the invoice fell within it, I would suggest that it's obvious, both from this invoice and from the payment request form, that this does not fall within the scope of that facility.
This can be of JSW Steel because all the invoices we paid prior to this, all the invoices doesn't mention JSW Steel on the face of the invoice, first. Second, this mining operations is related to the mining operation, like mining of the national stones, which Aegis deals in. So the bank considered that it might be a pre-part of the selling agreement which JSW Steel has with Aegis. So they'll mine it and they'll sell it. That's how the bank has considered this transaction. And regarding the JSW Steel part, so it's not necessary that it has to be mentioned on the face of the invoice. There are previous invoices where JSW Steel is not mentioned on the face of the invoice.
Well, there's nothing anywhere in the evidence, is there, that suggests that the bank have considered this to be a prepayment for rocks that are going to be mined. In fact, all that seems to be said in the witness statement is that it is a mining product and therefore it falls within scope. I suggest to you that what you've said now is effectively a new invention to try and explain the impossible.
No, that's what, because mining operations results into the mining of limestones and dolomites and all the natural stones Aegis deals in. So you pay them for the mining operations, you take those things out of the earth and you sell it to JSW Steel.
You would have known when you looked at this document, wouldn't you, that there had never been a transaction of that description in the past with Aegis.
True.
And the other thing that you've given us evidence on today is that when you and other members of staff are reviewing these documents, some of the things that you will look for are indications of pricing. You will look for things that can be objectively verified by checking prices. But presumably, when you were looking at this, you will have seen that there's no detail whatsoever about what's being paid for here.
So services doesn't have that pricing tag with them. Products have.
Your evidence is that this is a prepayment for a mining product of some kind.
Yes, sir.
Which one is it? Is it limestone?
It might be limestone, it might be dolomites, it might be natural stones, whatever Aegis is dealing in.
Right, so if you looked at this invoice and you thought this was an advance payment for
mining, it's mining operations.
But you didn't know what it is, you would have asked, what is this product?
So it's mining operations. It's a service, it's not a goods. It can be any product Aegis deals in. Everything is done through mining only.
I'd suggest to you if anyone had looked at this properly, they would have seen that this was nowhere near the level of detail that you needed to give the green light to a transaction.
So again, I repeat, mining operations is a service. Here we cannot check the price because service industry prices are not available on the line, on the public domain. Services qualities differs. It depends on how much manpower is putting into. So all these things are taken into consideration while pricing a per service. So services, in case of services, the price cannot be checked. And I believe that March and April mining services retains to that particular period where Aegis is conducting the mining activities, and post that they'll sell the products to JSW Steel.
But your evidence isn't that this is services. What you've told us is that this is an advance payment for what will ultimately become product, rocks.
So that's what, of course, so services then
it would say that, wouldn't it?
So services are rendered to take the stones out of the earth, then only that can be sold. So it's a first service, then the products will be sold, then Aegis will get the money from JSW Steel. The bank considered this will be the course of transaction.
Now, we've also already looked.
Mr. I'm going to ask a couple of questions. If you would rather I didn't, then simply say so before we get to an answer to the question. Mr. Shi, at the time, were you concerned to be satisfied that the payment was a use of the facility for the purposes in the standby letter of credit?
Yes, Your Honor.
So that means that you were concerned to be satisfied that the payment was for the supply of goods and services for manufacturing of steel to JSW Steel Limited.
Yes, Honor, I was satisfied with this invoice.
No, I'm saying you were concerned to be satisfied. That was something you wanted to be satisfied about, was it?
No, there was no suspicion on this invoice, Your Honor.
That's not what I'm asking.
I'm not getting the question.
Did you want to be satisfied that the payment was for the supply of goods and services for manufacturing of steel to JSW Steel Limited?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, what in the invoice tells you that whatever it was, call it goods, call it services, called it prepayment, was for the manufacturing of steel by JSW Steel Limited.
Yes, Your Honor.
What was there? Was there anything? It's not mentioned.
Your Honor, it's mining operations. That's what I'm saying. It's mining operations where the limestone is being taken out, and that will be processed for manufacturing of steel.
Yeah, the limestone might have been taken out to be sold to BHP Limited, the Australian steel manufacturer, not JSW Steel Limited, for all appeared on the face of the document. Is that right?
That's right. But Your Honor, we have previous invoices as well where JSW Steel has not been mentioned on the invoice. There has been cases.
So how could you be satisfied without further inquiry that it was for the purposes of manufacture of steel by JSW?
Only looking at this invoice, I cannot be satisfied that it's only for use of JSW.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Dowdy.
Thank you, Your Honour. One further question on that invoice, which is in your evidence earlier, you suggested that one of the things that you would look out for, and this was based on the bank's policies, is whether an invoice is in line with the known transacting history of a customer. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Did you satisfy yourself that you had checked whether this was consistent with the previous transacting history of Aegis?
See, the bank considered this to be in line with the course of business of Aegis because it deals with the natural resources which are taken out by mining operations. So bank considered this to be in line with the business. Previously, Aegis was only trading. So the bank considered it might be going ahead before the trading. It's taking out the goods and then selling it to JSWC.
Mr. Doherty, I do not regard an answer in the terms of the bank considered this or that as acceptable. Please take the matter further. The bank is a disembodied entity.
Yes, Mr. Shi, let me reframe it about what you thought. So you, as the compliance officer with knowledge of the compliance policies, will have known the relevance of previous transacting history. Did you consider that this invoice was in line with previous transactions undertaken by Aegis?
So even I consider the same.
And again, I think this follows up. How could you have been satisfied with that? Were you aware of any previous circumstances in which Aegis had made an advance payment for mining operations like this?
No. Previously, never it has made any payment related to mining operations.
No.
It has always made payment related to goods related to mining operations.
So when you looked at this, presumably you would have seen what I'll describe as a new pattern of transaction.
Yes, sir. This is a new pattern of transaction. Correct.
And is it your evidence then that that didn't cause you any concern?
So I consider to be it's a new transaction, new kind of transaction, but it's not very different from what Aegis is doing. It was trading in natural stones, natural minerals. So it's just a step ahead and going into mining operations. That's how I considered this.
When you received and reviewed this payment request, did you check whether the instruction had been sent by fax?
No, so it's out of my purview.
Did you check whether there had been a phone call with you or anybody else in the operations or compliance team to confirm the instruction?
So that's out of my purview as well.
Can I ask you to look at page H187?
H187. Yes, sir. You got it.
This is an email which is a follow-up several hours after the initial instructions sent, saying, please kindly send Swift copies as we need it urgently. I
Yes.
referred you earlier to documents which suggested urgency or pressure from customers was something that could be a red flag. Is that something that you would have been concerned to look out for in a particular transaction?
So our email, just an email, because we have clients who sends emails regarding asking for the Swift copies as soon as possible. They mean ASAP, and we receive all the transactions like this only. So just an email inquiring about the Swift copy is not that hurrying up, because if it would have been multiple mails, multiple reminders or phone calls, then there raises a suspicion. Only one email asking for the Swift copy is not a red flag, because it's just one email, and they might ask for the Swift copy because they might, but if it would have been repeatedly done, then it would have been a red flag.
So your evidence, I think, is that you say you wouldn't be concerned, or you weren't concerned by this.
This one, sir, I am not marked in this mail, but looking at this, yes, this will not be a red flag because it's just one of an email.
Okay. Can I ask you some questions then about the second transaction?
Yes, sir.
So if you go to page 194.
Yes, sir.
This is the printed off payment instruction, which is marked up. You see that?
Yes.
So first of all, again, we can see that someone has marked, or in conducting the review of this, we've looked at the figure of $241,500.
Yes.
And we can see that this is to Clamor Robotics SA. So that's, if you looked at that, when you looked at this, you would have seen that that's a new beneficiary and it's for over $100,000, correct?
Correct.
But I think you agree that there was no D&B report requested by you or anyone else when you saw that.
Correct.
Earlier in your evidence, you said that one of the things you will look at is the location of the beneficiary, and we can see marked off here in the name and address of the beneficiary, there's what looks like a tick, and we can see that the beneficiary is based in Mexico, yes?
Yes, sir.
And you will have also known when you looked at this what was set out in the account opening form, which is that Aegis did not do business in Mexico.
Yes, that's partially correct, because Aegis has done transactions with other countries which are not mentioned in the account opening form.
So when you looked at this, were you not concerned that there was a transaction or purported transaction with a new beneficiary in a country that Aegis had never transacted in?
So like I said, Aegis has done a transaction to other countries as well, which are not mentioned in the account opening form. So Mexico is also a regulated place. There is no FATF guidelines on it. There are no sanctions.
And looking at this purpose of remittance, we see payment of mining tools and equipments. And I think probably, as you say, you prefer to look at what the invoice is about by looking at the invoice itself. So if we go to H195.
Yes, sir.
We can see here that this is still set out in the same terms. It's payment for description, mining tools and equipments from the United States. Yes?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So when you looked at this, as you say, you will have had in mind what the permitted usage of the facility was. Well, this is different again from the last invoice, isn't it? Because there's no misinterpreting that. This isn't saying there's some mining operations where we're going to get some rock out of the ground and that's what we're purchasing. This says mining tools and equipments.
Yes.
So when you looked at that, did you not think this has nothing whatsoever to do with Aegis line of business?
So again, that mining thing is there, and moreover, there were mining operations paid 10 days back. So I consider that this transaction will be related to that transaction as well, because for mining you need some machinery, tools, and equipments, and it might be a invoice related to that only.
But isn't this your evidence changing again? Like I say, your previous explanation for why mining operations might fall within the scope of the facility is because it's an advance payment for the product of that mining operations, so limestone or dolomite. But you can't have thought that surely here, because it says in pretty clear terms mining tools and equipments. What possible use could Aegis have had with mining tools and equipment?
For mining the products out of the earth.
But you've agreed, I think, that Aegis itself does not undertake mining.
So I said Aegis was trading in limestone and natural resources. Now, regarding the first fraudulent transaction, I considered that to be a step ahead. Probably they have started mining themselves, or they have given a contract to someone for mining, and then they will sell the products to JSW Steel. And for mining, they need certain equipments and tools. Probably this is the related transaction to the previous transaction where we have paid for the mining services. Now this is the mining machinery and tools that's required for the mining services. That's
Right.
how I related this transaction.
Your evidence is that this is a related transaction. You've never said that before, have you?
I don't remember. Probably not.
But is it your evidence that this is what you thought at the time when you looked at it?
Yes, when I looked at it, I thought the same.
Yeah. Were you concerned when you looked at this and thought, why are Aegis buying mining tools in Mexico to send to Singapore?
So it's not necessarily sent to be sent to Singapore. We have international companies based in Singapore. They are dealing in various other countries as well. They have a office at the headquarters, and they get payments from all over the world to that place. But the supply is not necessarily given out from there itself.
How did you satisfy yourself that this was a connected invoice and therefore within the permitted use of the facility? I don't understand.
So like I said, the previous invoice was a mining invoice, mining services, which has been probably availed by Aegis resources through somebody else, or Aegis is into it directly. And for that, they need the equipments and tools or machineries which might be built for this. So that's how I connected both the invoices.
Can you tell us where in this invoice we can find reference to JSW?
Nowhere.
Can you tell us where on this invoice it tells us what mining tools and equipments are being purchased?
It's not mentioned anywhere.
Can you tell us how much of each type of equipment is being purchased?
It's not mentioned, but so in case of machinery, it's not. It's if it's an assembled machinery, we get invoices like this.
Can you tell us where the equipment is being delivered to?
It's not mentioned. It's DDP. It's mentioned. Delivery terms is DDP, Aegis Resources, Dmcc Dubai. That means DDP is delivery duty paid. That means the every expenditure will be on the seller of the goods, and it will be delivered to Aegis Dmcc Dubai.
Given that you don't know what the tools are or where they're going, what did you do to satisfy yourself that this purchase related to JSW Steel?
So it's related to JSW Steel because Aegis was availing the facility only to be supplied to JSW Steel.
So is your answer actually that it doesn't tell us that? You've just assumed that?
Yes, this invoice doesn't tell us that.
Mr. This invoice does say ship to Aegis Resources, DMCC at Jumeirah Lakes Towers.
Yes, sir.
did you consider at the time the good sense of nearly $250,000 worth of mining tools and equipment being delivered to Tamara Towers?
So it's the address of Aegis Resources.
Exactly, that's where it says it to be shipped to.
It says so.
Did this cross your mind at the time or not?
No.
Thank you.
A question further to that, Mr. Shi. Did you consider why payment may have been made for payment operations with the company in Singapore, where in the connected transaction on your evidence, mining tools are being sent to the UAE?
So like I said, many companies have their headquarters at one particular country. They have an international network. They maintain all their banking accounts in a particular country, and their services are rendered throughout the world. So we have clients who does this. So that might be the money can be paid to Singapore, but the service can be delivered in UAE or US or Mexico, anywhere.
If you look at the bottom of page H195, we see digital signatures, and in your evidence, what you said is that you will look at invoices to verify that the signatures are correct. What we now know is that this is the third time that the exact same copied and pasted digital signature has been used in a transaction. So what did you do to satisfy yourself that that was a legitimate signature?
So as I said, we work on the intranet. We cannot verify the digital signatures because we need to send a link out of the system to verify it. But whatever invoices we received, there was certain digital signatures on the face of the invoice. We are usually used to see this in digital signatures on the face of the invoice whenever we receive the invoice copies from Aegis. So it's their standard practice. Standard operating procedures at Aegis end that they do have their digital signatures. We get to see a print of that. That's all. And we cannot verify the digital signatures because in order to do that, I need the internet, and I don't have that access from my official system.
Can you go to page H196, please?
Pardon, sir?
H196?
196. Yes, sir.
At the bottom of the page, we have the third fraudulent payment request, this time requesting payment to Rito. And we can see in the subject, it's set out in exactly the same way before, so it's payment for mining March plus April. No, and again, I don't think it's disputed, but this payment request included exactly the same documents in support as the previous reader request. Is that in line with your recollection?
Yes.
Yeah. Were you concerned that in the next business day after a transaction has been processed, someone is asking for payment for the exact same thing again on the basis of the exact same supporting documents?
So this was initiated from the email ID of Aegis. It reached the operations department and operations reverted back that there are no funds. I was not aware of this at that point of time because normally things comes to me after the first course of diligence process is done by the operations department.
So your evidence is that you didn't see this. That's the operations team who've done this.
Yes.
Okay. Now, at paragraph 60 of your statement, you suggest that suspicions were raised, in this case, after the fourth payment request was made to Clamor Robotics. And the reason that you gave was that this was similar to previous payment requests. It was for the same amount and it was made in quick succession. And that's evidence that you've given. It's evidence that Mr. Manoran has given, and it's evidence that Mr. Trivedi have given. It since turns out you've all had to correct your statements because that was wrong, because the payment amount was different. Let me put it to you this way. I suggest that the reason that yourself and Mr. Manoram and others have got into a muddle about this is because what you've done is have a look at these transactions after the event to try and find a reason why the fourth transaction could have been flagged, but which gives the bank an excuse for not spotting the previous three.
No, when this transaction, the fourth transaction you were referring to came to me, I saw it that same payment has been done to the same beneficiary a day before. So I thought that it's not appropriate why a particular company should send two remittance on different days of two amount to a particular transaction or a particular beneficiary. That could have been done at the same time. So that raised my suspicion. Then I alerted the credit officer, Mr. Manish Kumar, to talk to Aegis, because I, being the compliance officer, I don't talk to the customers directly mostly. So I spoke to him. I told him, okay, this is I sense something is wrong because this transaction is coming to me for the second time. So kindly check at your end whether everything is good to go. Then he called up Mr. Kumar. Sorry, Mr. Agarwal.
So your evidence is it that you're the person who flagged this final transaction? Is that it?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's not Mr. Manoram's evidence. Mr. Manoram says.
Just a minute, please. Just so I understand, had the operations team had looked at these documents before they got to you, had it not? Is that right?
Yes.
Had they flagged the same suspicion to you, or were you the first to say this looks suspicious?
So they showed me the transaction. I said, okay, why we are making payment for the same beneficiary twice? I raised the suspicion.
Thank you.
Okay, so your evidence on this is different to Mr. Manoram then, isn't it? Because what he says in paragraphs 47 and 48 of his statement is that it was flagged to him by Mr. Sangeet Sebastian, and that the operations head, Mr. Pani Trivedi, upon perusal of the payment request, noted the nature of it was suspicious, and he says for the following reasons: that it was similar to a previous request, that the request was for the same amount, and that it was made in quick succession.
So that's what I'm saying. The operations department gave me the documents to check. I told them that something is wrong, check it. Then Mr. Sangeet Sebastian and Mr. Puneet Trivedi as the operations team, I informed them about this. I informed Mr. Manish Kumar as well, who is the credit in charge for this account. I told them, they informed the ACE of the branch, Mr. Maniram, and Mr. Kumar, Manish Kumar called up Aegis Resources, Mr. Agarwal, to ask him why these two same payments are being made.
Okay, well, you and Mr. Manoram seem to differ on that, because he seems to suggest that it's Mr. Trivedi who discovered it. But in any event, would you agree that the three things that you identified in your first witness statement and subsequently corrected, so proximity of payments, the same payments, and for the same beneficiary, all three of those would have applied to the third payment request, but weren't flagged?
I wasn't aware of the third payment request, I said so.
Yes, but you thought that those features on the fourth payment request were suspicious. So if they're suspicious for the fourth payment request, I'd suggest to you they're also suspicious for the third.
So still, I'll not be able to answer that because I wasn't aware of the third one at that point of time.
Okay, well, your evidence then at least is that those are suspicious features on any transaction.
Third one?
Fourth one. Well, both, but the fourth one, you say it was suspicious to you. So
Yes.
you must logically accept that that would be a suspicious feature of any transaction.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Paragraph 61 of your statement, you refer to the meeting that takes place between you, the senior executive officer, the CFO, the head of operations, and the risk officer. Now, from the outside, it looks a little bit strange that where a compliance issue has been flagged, that we ought to have a meeting of all of the bank's top officials to discuss it. I would suggest to you that the reason that a meeting takes place at that time with all of the bank's senior personnel is because you've already realised that the bank has paid out $1 million to fraudsters.
No, I don't agree, sir. It might sound like compliance officer, SEO, CFO, but actually it's a very small team in our branch. So we have like compliance department. I am the only person who is responsible for compliance. So I am the person who has to be informed regarding this. ACO is there, CFO is there. So it's a very small team. The designations might be big, but we all discussed everything together. The ACO, we have full access to the ACO and the CFO and everything. Anybody can access me as well. So being a small team, we discuss everything together all the time. It doesn't matter whether it's a trivial matter or a big thing.
At paragraph 64, you also refer to what happens as a consequence of that, which is Mr. Manish Kumar being told to call Mr. Agarwal. Now, it's right, isn't it? The only person in this trial giving evidence in relation to that call is Mr. Agarwal.
Mr. Manish Kumar spoke to Mr. Agarwal, yes.
Yes, Mr. Manish Kumar isn't giving evidence at this trial, is he?
No.
Yeah. And then the final question I have for you is one that I raised with Mr. Manoram, because in your second witness statement in particular, and you can look at this if you want, but it's paragraph 36 of your second statement and paragraph 37 of Mr. Manoram's second statement, which sets out a long set of observations about central parts of this case. And I suggest to you that those statements are almost verbatim identical, and that's a common feature of your second witness statement. So the question I have for you is the same as the one I had for Mr. Manoram: is this your witness statement or is that his witness statement? Whose evidence is this?
So mine one is my witness statement. Mr. Maniram's is Mr. Maniram's witness statement. Probably
Right.
the wordings might be same because we are talking on the same lines.
Well, the words aren't quite similar, or they discuss events that are similar. They're almost identical. So perhaps I can put it this way. Did you have sight of Mr. Manoram's statement before you produced yours?
No, sir.
Did he have sight of yours before he produced his?
No.
All right. Your Honour, those are the only questions I have for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Worth. Re-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Prosenjit, what do you understand by the meaning of the word procurement?
Procurement is when you are procuring goods. It can be related to buying. It can be related to taking it out.
And if you saw, as you did see in one of these invoices, payment for mining services, do you think that was Aegis carrying out the mining or the company it was dealing with?
It was the company who was dealing with Aegis. That's why he's paying the service charges, the cost.
And you mentioned that payment against invoices, as opposed to, well, payment in advance against invoice, is a practice that is carried out by the bank, including with this customer. Had there been previous instances where the bank had sanctioned a payment for an advance payment for goods or services?
For Aegis?
Yes.
I don't recollect, sir.
Okay. But for other customers?
Yes, of course we do. That's a normal process.
Were there invoices where goods weren't shipped with Aegis? Were there any invoices where goods were not being shipped?
There were invoices of freight. There were invoices of goods. So they were shipped, of course. Yes.
No, Council asked you a number of questions about the need for bills of lading to support any payment request. But what I'm asking you is, were there any payment requests where bills of lading were not required?
So in case of freight payments?
Prepayments?
Yeah.
You were asked if there had been any transactions where payment requests were made by email alone without some other method of verification, for example, fax or phone call. You said it was put to you that prior to the 30th of May 2019, there was no example of that, but you said there has been. I disagree. Can you just expand on that, please?
Yeah, there were transactions where we have received emails and emails only. I can give you 2 dates as well. One will be 23rd of October 2018. We have 12th of September 2018, where we did the transaction based on emails.
Can you provide any further details of those to help us?
So those has been made for purchase of limestone, or it has been paid for purchase of goods. We received the documents over email. It had the payment request, the invoice copy, and the bill copy in the email as an attachment.
Just one moment. Yes, thank you. When you were asked about the D&B reports and the lack of them, you said that in this case you'd made other checks about the existence of the company on the company's registries. Could you just explain, could you expand on that, please?
So there is a registry in Singapore, which is known as ACRA, where we can see all the name of the companies who is registered with the Singapore authority, who is the authority to issue trade licenses in Singapore. You need to be registered with ACRA in order to do business in Singapore, that the condition of the company was live, and the name of the company and the address of the company was mentioned on the website of ACRA.
And as far as you were concerned, was that satisfactory proof of the existence of the company?
Yes, sir. When the registry shows it's a live company, we have to believe that it's a live company. And we believe Singapore is quite good jurisdiction country. There are high jurisdiction laws in Singapore.
You were asked why you would not be suspicious about an invoice that referred to machinery without anything to do, any detail, supply of equipment. But you said that we'd get invoices like this. Did you mean from other customers of the bank?
Other customers, yes. So we do get invoices regarding machineries, which are assembled probably from big companies also, like Siemens. We have received invoices from Siemens where the name of the part of the machinery is mentioned, but you cannot identify the price of that particular machinery because that those are assembled ones and they have specific prices.
And last question about your statements, your witness statement. We can see that there is a considerable similarity between the formal statement that you have signed and the statement of other witnesses. How was that statement compiled? Was it compiled inside the bank or outside of the bank?
So that was compiled by our solicitor.
Your solicitor?
Yeah.
And then presented to you for signature?
Yes, we discussed our points. I gave them my points. They drafted my thing based on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, no, just one final question that I haven't asked you. It was put to you that, in effect, you ought to be suspicious that these latest invoices, the fraudulent ones, didn't mention JSW as the end recipient of the services or the goods. Was JSW always mentioned on invoices from Aegis?
No, sir. All the invoices doesn't carry the name JSW on the face of the invoice. Until and unless you, for few transactions for Stebbin Rock, they mentioned there are few clients of Aegis who mentions JSW, but not all of them. We have got invoices where we have made payments and the name of the JSW was not there on the invoice, front face of the invoice.
Have you ever had cause to consider or suppose that Aegis is supplying to anybody else other than JSW Steel?
So because the BL copy in case of goods being shipped is attached and the notified party is JSW Steel.
Yes, but I think you haven't quite heard my question. So far as the bank knows, is there any other customer that Aegis supplied apart from JSW Steel?
No, we are not aware.
Thank you, Your Honour. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Shi, thank you very much for your assistance. You're free to go as a witness.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honour.
Gentlemen, who's next?
Narendra Kumar is my next witness, whose statement is at C85.
Yeah. Now, allowing a few minutes for the formalities, Mr. Doherty, how long do you expect to be?
Optimistically, 5 minutes.
Oh, I wasn't expecting that.
What was that?
All right, then. Well, let's get Mr. The right address is Mr. Kumar, is it, or what?
Yes, I think Mr. Kumar is the
Thank
right
you.
address. I note he's been lined up to come next. I don't see his name on screen at the moment. Oh, here he is.
Good afternoon, sir.
Mr. Kumar, it's the judge here. Can you see me and hear me?
Yes, I can clearly see.
The court officer will ask you to swear or give an affirmation to tell the truth in your evidence. Mr. Duckworth will then get you to identify your witness statement and affirm its truth, and then Mr. Doherty will ask you some questions. So you understand the procedure?
Yes, sir. I do understand.
Thank you. Alia, would you mind doing the necessary?
Yes, Judge, thank you. Could you please state your full name and address?
My name is Narendra Kumar RV, and my address is Union Bank of India, Unit 208 to 10, Gate Village 10, DIFC, Dubai, UAE.
Thank you. Can you confirm whether you'd prefer to swear an oath or if you would like an affirmation?
I would go for affirmation, please.
Okay. Please repeat after me.
Yeah.
I sincerely and truly declare
I sincerely and truly declare
and affirm
and confirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm going to
Duckworth.
ask- Thank you. Scooter, I'm going to ask you to identify your witness statement. And so do you have access on screen or in physical form to the witness bundle, bundle C of the document?
I have this to screen actually.
Good.
And some
So
paper.
thank you.
I do have some physical paper also.
Yeah, thank you. Could you look up page C85, please.
1 second. So page C85.
Yes. Is that say witness statement? I, Narendra Kumar.
Yeah, Narendra Kumar, it is Narendra Kumar only, but C85, I'm not able to find actually.
Perhaps you can find hard copy if that's easier.
No, in my witness statement also C85 is not there. Exhibits.
Right. But at least you have your witness statement in front of you, do you?
Yeah.
Thank you. And so can you look towards the end of the document, please?
Okay.
Do you see on the last page statement of truth? I believe the facts stated in this witness statement are true. And then your signature. Is that
yes,
you?
Yes, statement of truth. Yes, with my signature only. Yes.
Thank you. And are the contents true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I believe that the facts stated in the witness statements are true. Statement of truth. Yes, sir.
Mr. Doherty will ask you 1 or 2 questions now.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty.
Thank you. You are the Chief Financial Officer for the DIFC branch of UBI, and I think you say you started that role in late April 2019?
Yes, sir. Right, correctly, sir.
So we're looking at approximately about a month before the events in this case arise. So at Section A of your statement, when you provide evidence in relation to things like the payment request process, that's not really something you will have had any involvement in at all, is it?
No, actually, I'm the part of this transaction. As I'm authorized signatory to the transactions.
Well, we've got 2-year operation of the facility by the time we get to the events in these proceedings, and you've worked at the bank for a month, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. So most of the evidence you give in relation to processes, contracts, and so on, that all predated your employment by, say, 1-2 years, there or thereabouts.
Yeah, this this evidence was that dated. Facility agreement was all dated years back, but it is a part of my witness statement.
Yeah. Could you open up Mr. Manoram's witness statement, please? It's in bundle C.
Bundle C. So what is this number?
Yeah, 43.
No, C43.
Yes.
C43. Page number 43.
Yes.
Yes, sir. I've been working as the CEO of the defendant office. This is Maniram, sir. This I think.
Yes. So you have it. If you scroll to where you'll see paragraph 5.
Okay.
It's section A, and it will say account opening, and there are a series of paragraphs underneath. Do you have that?
Yeah, I refer to the copy of the account opening form. Am I correct?
Yeah, that's the one. And can you have a look at the same time at your own witness statement? And I'm going to cross-refer these.
Submitted economic form depend on 9th February 2019. The economic form was signed by Minister, who is noted here in the claimant authorized signatory.
Right. So I've given you the wrong paragraph reference for Mr. Manoram. It's Mr. Manoram's witness statement to paragraph 15. And your witness statement to paragraph 5.
Witness paragraph 5. I refer to clause 18 of the facility agreement. You mean?
So by all means, take a skim over it. But if you look at paragraph 5 to 14 of your witness statement, it repeats almost exactly the contents of paragraphs 15 to 22 of Mr. Manoram's statement, almost word for word.
I have not gone through entire statement of the witness statement of Sri Maniram actually.
Do you agree that what your witness statement sets out is word for word almost the same as what Mr. Manoram has set out in his witness evidence?
No, this because what paragraph 5 says is around facility agreement. And what is this 5 says of an account opening form? This is a different exhibit, C1 and exhibit. Myself is C4.
No, I'm looking at your witness statement in paragraph 5, payment requests and payment process. And I'm looking at paragraph 15 of Mr. Manoram's statement, payment requests and payment process.
One second. Paragraph 15.
Yeah, paragraph 15 compared with your paragraph 5. I refer to clause 18 of the facility
I refer to clause 18 of the
facility statement claimant.
The claimant and defendant could correspond in accordance with the provision of the said clause.
Yeah.
So same. This is same. Clause number 18 is same for both of us.
Yeah. What I'm saying to you is that you've chosen to set out in exactly the same form of words what Mr. Manoram said in his witness statements, and I'm asking you whether you agree with that.
Paragraph number 15th, right?
No, I'm talking about paragraph 15 all the way down to 22.
Till 22. I refer to clause 18 of the facility as a claim and the defendant has agreed a notice including request of payment, utilization of credit send the payment or writing the claimant and defendant should have no liability for the claimant.
I don't know if Malone Friend's making a false point, Ron. I mean, it's common ground that the solicitor prepared these statements.
Well, my question is to get a grip on what this witness knows and what this witness doesn't know.
Well, that's a different question, if I may say so.
I will already ask his questions. It appears to me, if it's of any assistance, that this is a not uncommon situation where the solicitors have been foolish enough to use the same forms of words, thereby exposing their witnesses to what Mr. Kumar is now exposed to. But that may not be the end of it. So Mr. Doherty may take it further if he wishes.
Very well. Thank you.
Perhaps I can sum it up in this way, because I don't have very many questions for you beyond this. But if you look at section C of your witness statement, it's in this case an almost verbatim copy of section E of Mr. Manoram's statement. Sections D and E of your statement repeat almost precisely section F and G of Mr. Manoram's statement. And if we even go to paragraph 36, right at the end of your statement, we've got a copy and paste of a defined term called the transactions in question, which is lifted from Mr. Manoram's statement, which you adopt despite the fact that you don't use that term. So what I'd suggest to you is that your evidence, this signed witness statement, has pretty simply been copied and pasted from Mr. Manoram's evidence.
No, because this transaction is a same transaction, so it may be contents of the this may be this same itself.
And in fact, we can see that the only time in this statement that you're providing any evidence, which is about what you know and about how you have been involved in this, is what you say at section F from paragraph 37 onwards, which is I have been part of the defendant's recovery action for the funds remitted to UOB in Singapore. Yes?
No, because I was a part of that transaction, because I'm authorized signature to this transaction, so I was aware of the transaction also.
The court, well, I'm not going to ask you any questions about section F because it comes after the sums have been dissipated and after these events in question. But something we have heard evidence in and again, I understand from the other witnesses, the only time your name appears is when a meeting takes place between senior bank officials, including Mr. Manoram, Mr. Shi, Mr. Trivedi, after the fraudulent payment requests are discovered, yes?
Yes, there had been a meeting.
Yeah. And given that you were invited to join that meeting as the chief financial officer of the company, I suggest to you that it must have been contemplated by that stage that there was something arising as a consequence that was going to be relevant to the company's finances, to the bank's finances. Yes?
No, actually, the transaction, I want to add to this, some compliance has raised some concern. So once he raised some concern in this transaction, it was asked to operations department. Then operations guy reported it to CEO. Then CEO called us, and then we had a meeting regarding this. Since there was a transaction in question, there was some doubts in the minds of compliance officer.
Yes, what I'm suggesting to you is the reason you're asked to attend that meeting as the CFO is because the bank knows that there's a financial consequence to what's happened.
No, I was since I was a part of the authorized signatory and a part of the bank, they were asked me to join the meeting.
All right, well, I'll suggest to you that by the time you got to that meeting, which is before Aegis were informed about the transactions, the bank already knew full well that it had paid over $1 million out to a fraudster.
No, the once compliance officer raised, we had a meeting. At that time, I don't know whether did they have discussed with this regarding whether a fraud has happened or this transaction in question is raised or not for 1 million.
All right, Your Honour, that's it. I don't have any other questions for this witness.
Can I just pick up some examination? Kumar, you have told the court that you were not called in after the event, but actually you were part of the process of approving the payments here. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Which Mr. Manoram has told us about, I think, 5 levels of approval that had to go through, starting with operations and going up to the chief exec.
Yes.
Where were you in that? Where were you in that sequence?
I'm in the fourth, actually, fourth level.
Fourth up, are you? Fourth rung of the ladder. Yes.
First, operations assistant will go to, then that will go to operations, then it will go to compliance, then it will come to me, then from me it will go to Mr. Manoram.
Thank you. And at the time this meeting was called, did you know whether anybody had lost any money?
I was not knowing that. No.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kumar. You're free to leave as a witness if you wish.
Thank
you. Gentlemen, well, we have Mr. Trivedi and Mr. Sebastian, if I have the right addresses.
Yes.
Would
you wish me to go ahead and call them, Your Honour, or
well, that depends on timing. Which one do you propose to call next?
Mr. Puneet Trivedi would be next.
And Mr. Doherty, the time spent with Mr. Trivedi?
I suspect likely it will be in the region of 30 minutes or so.
That's getting a bit late, particularly when adds 51 when one adds 50%, which is fairly normal. So I think we might call a halt and just spend a moment considering tomorrow. So let us assume that the witnesses are completed in an hour or so. Now, what's proposed then?
Tomorrow, Your Honour, I think is for expert evidence, but
Yeah.
that shouldn't occupy the whole day. I agree with my learned friend's trial template on this. He suggested the morning would be for the experts and the afternoon for submissions to the court. in fact, I'm not sure that the experts really carried the matter very much further. But that's partly a matter for Mr. Doherty.
Yes, Your Honour. I think that Mr. Duckworth and I probably agree on that. I don't suspect that the experts will occupy too much time at all. We have their reports. They are very, very short. They raise maybe 1 or 2 issues.
Well, do you want to go straight into closing submissions? Do you want a short adjournment before them? Do you want to put them off until the next day? What is your proposal? And I have in mind that my interest is in getting the best assistance I can from you.
I think Mrs. Doherty and I were both of the view that tomorrow afternoon would be required for submissions. Bearing in mind it's only an hour and a half. It may be we need starting those submissions in the morning, if possible. I think that's perhaps quite ambitious, but I think we should try to do so.
I suspect the submissions will probably take a little bit of time. It sounds like if we're going to occupy, I would imagine we would need at least 1 session each for submissions. Your Honour, I note that you've observed that what you would like is the maximum possible assistance. Given there is a fair amount of this case which will be dependent on legal submission, it may be that the best course is to defer closing submissions until Thursday morning, if that's likely to be of more assistance, and that would obviously give the parties more time to digest and prepare to address Your Honour on those issues.
Well, I'm happy to do that if you feel that that would mean we get better submissions. So I can be as blunt as that.
Yes, Your Honour. So
are you both available for that extra time?
Yes, Your Honour, I'm available. We have the day in reserve. We've made reasonable progress with the evidence. I think we're slightly behind on the factual evidence. So pushing the beginning of submissions to Thursday and having a short day tomorrow, I think, seems a reasonable course.
That seems to me to be the better course, frankly. It gives you more time, and you may indeed be able to prepare at least some heads of your submissions. I mean, a page or 2, which has just got the heads, and so I can see where you're going. So let's, unless there's any real protest, let's make today a short day. Tomorrow a short day, completing the evidence. Adjourn until the next day and spend the whole day, if necessary, on submissions. Split it in half between the 2 of you as an aim. If you are able to, it's not a direction, but if you are able to, at least a short page or 2 to hand up at the time of your commencing your submissions, or slightly beforehand would be good. Is that okay?
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honour.
Right. Well, we'll adjourn then until 10:30 Dubai time tomorrow and proceed accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.